Welcome back. Get comfortable. Pull the blanket up. Turn the lights down low. Tonight we're going somewhere familiar, a small town in an unnamed American state, somewhere between the mountains and the ocean, between the suburbs and the nuclear cooling towers that have been slowly exhaling something invisible into the air for 36 years. Tonight we're going to Springfield, and we're going to stay a while. For the next several hours, we're going to walk through 100 theories, mysteries, buried storylines, and quiet impossibilities hiding inside the longest-running animated series in television history. Some of these theories are lighthearted. Some of them are the kind of thing you'll still be turning over in your mind 3 days from now, when you're in the shower and you suddenly stop and go very still. All of them are worth knowing. So settle in. Let your breathing slow down. There's nowhere you need to be tonight except here, on Evergreen Terrace, where the children never age and the beer is always cold and something in the water has been glowing faintly for longer than anyone can remember. Let's begin. There is a detail so fundamental to The Simpsons that most people have never once stopped to think about it. A detail so embedded in the visual language of the show that it registers as background noise rather than as the deeply strange thing it actually is. Every single person who lives in Springfield is yellow. Not pale, not tan, not some slightly unusual shade of warm or cool skin tone. Yellow. The specific saturated golden yellow of a school bus or a legal pad or a ripe banana. Every resident of Springfield, from Homer slouched in his recliner to the mayor shaking hands at a ribbon cutting to the elderly couple walking their dog past the Quickie Mart, shares this single impossible trait. And nobody, not in 36 years, not in 788 episodes, has ever mentioned it. That silence is the beginning of everything. To understand the yellow skin, you have to go back to the very beginning of the show, not just its broadcast beginning in December 1989, but further back. You have to go back to a sketchpad in the office of James L. Brooks, back to the moment Matt Groening was waiting to pitch a set of animated shorts for the Tracy Ullman Show and found himself without any of his prepared material, and made a decision in about 45 minutes that would change the history of American television. Groening didn't want the studio to own the rights to his existing comic strip, Life in Hell. So sitting in that waiting room with a pad of paper and an absurd deadline, he invented a family. He named them after his own family. His father was named Homer, his mother Marge, his sisters Lisa and Maggie. He kept his own name for the mischievous son, who became Bart. And he gave them a visual style that was fast to draw, immediately distinguishable and unlike anything else on television. The yellow skin was a practical decision, according to Groening himself. He wanted the characters to be identifiable from across a room, even on a small television set. He wanted viewers flipping channels to stop immediately and know they were watching something different. Yellow was his answer, a color that no real human being possesses, which meant no one would ever confuse these animated characters for an attempt at realism. The yellow announced, from the first frame, that this was a cartoon operating by cartoon rules. That is the official explanation. It is also, within the logic of the show's own universe, completely unsatisfying. Here is the problem. Cartoons use simplified colors all the time. The Flintstones characters had skin that was more peach than realistic. Characters in older animation were often drawn in muted tones that didn't map exactly to human flesh, but they were still legibly human adjacent. Nobody ever looked at Fred Flintstone and thought his skin color needed an explanation. The Simpsons characters are yellow in a way that reads as wrong even within the show's own world. And the show seems to know this, because it treats the yellow skin as invisible as something the characters themselves cannot perceive or acknowledge, even as the audience stares at it from the outside. But here is the detail that makes the yellow skin stop being a stylistic choice and start being something much stranger. When guest characters visit Springfield, when celebrities appear, when characters from the outside world enter the frame, they don't look yellow, they look different. Their proportions are more naturalistic. Their eyes are more normally shaped. Their skin tones are more varied, more realistic, drawn with different visual logic than the Springfield residents who surround them. The show draws insiders one way and outsiders another way. And the official explanation for this is that the guest characters are drawn to resemble their real-world counterparts. When a celebrity voices a version of themselves, the animators stylize them to be recognizable. This is true. And it also raises a question that nobody asks. If the animators can draw realistic-looking human beings, and they do, every time a non-Springfield character appears, then what does it mean that every Springfield resident looks the way they do? The show is capable of depicting normal human beings. It chooses not to, specifically and exclusively, for the people who live inside this one town. Within the universe of the show, not in the production notes, not in Groening's interviews, but inside the fiction itself, there is a visible, observable difference between people from Springfield and people from everywhere else. Springfielders look one way. The rest of humanity looks another way, and the difference is not subtle. It is the difference between something that could plausibly be a human being and something that cannot quite be. The yellow skin is the most visible symptom of something the show has been quietly suggesting since the second season. It is not a stylistic quirk. It is a diagnostic marker. And to understand what it's diagnosing, you have to look at what Springfield actually is. Springfield's nuclear power plant has been operational since before the show began. It is a 2-unit pressurized water reactor facility owned by Charles Montgomery Burns, and it is by any reasonable measure one of the most catastrophically mismanaged industrial facilities in the history of fiction. A surprise safety inspection uncovered 342 separate violations. The estimated cost to bring the plant to code was $56 million. Burns refused to spend it. The violations are not minor. Radioactive waste is being dumped into bodies of water. Radioactive materials are being handled without proper containment. The cooling towers are cracked. The safety systems are compromised in ways that have been documented and ignored for decades. And the man responsible for preventing all of this, the man whose job description literally requires him to stand between the plant's operations and the surrounding community, is Homer Simpson, a man who has fallen asleep at his workstation more times than can be counted. The plant has been leaking into Springfield's water supply. The plant has been releasing particulates into Springfield's air. The plant has been irradiating the soil around its perimeter, the river that runs through town, the fish in that river, and by extension, every living organism in Springfield for longer than most of the characters have been alive. And then there is the matter of Blinky. In the second season, a fish is pulled from the river near the nuclear plant. This fish has 3 eyes. Not as a joke, not as a throwaway sight gag, but as a genuine narrative event that the show treats as significant enough to build an entire episode around. Blinky becomes national news within the show's universe. A candidate for governor uses Blinky as evidence that Burns is contaminating the local environment. Burns is forced onto live television to eat the fish and prove it's harmless. The town watches, the town absorbs this information, and then the town moves on. Nobody conducts a follow-up study. Nobody tests the water. Nobody asks the obvious question that hangs in the air above the whole episode like smoke. If the fish in the river have developed an extra eye from exposure to whatever is coming out of that plant, what has that same water done to the people who have been drinking it for 30 years? The answer is visible on screen every time a Springfielder appears in frame. 4 fingers on each hand. This detail is often attributed to animation economy. Drawing 4 fingers instead of 5 is faster and was standard practice in early animation. But every other element of the show's design diverges from that standard when it suits the story. The choice to keep 4 fingers is intentional. And within the world of the show, it is one of a cluster of physical characteristics that every Springfield resident shares and that no outside character possesses. The overbites, the bulging eyes, the unusual skull proportions, the hair that defies physics, Marge's tower, Bart's spikes, which maintain their shape without product or support. The yellow skin, these are not random artistic choices scattered across the character design process. They are a consistent set of deviations from normal human anatomy that appear in every character who lives inside Springfield and in none of the characters who come from outside it. The dogs in Springfield have the same bulging eyes as their owners. Santa's little helper, the Simpson family greyhound, shares visual DNA with Homer and Marge in ways that transcend the animation style. The deviation is not exclusive to humans. It applies to every living thing that has been breathing Springfield's air and drinking Springfield's water for any significant length of time. The show is telling you what the yellow skin means. It has been telling you for 36 years. The yellow skin is not a visual style. The yellow skin is a symptom of an environment so saturated with nuclear contamination that the basic biology of every organism within it has been fundamentally altered. It is the most visible expression of a mutation so widespread, so deeply embedded in the population, that it no longer reads as abnormal to anyone who lives inside it. This is what chronic environmental radiation exposure actually does to biological systems, pushed to a logical extreme. It doesn't create the dramatic mutations of science fiction. It creates subtle, systemic deviations from the baseline, changes that are significant enough to be visible from the outside, invisible from within, and impossible to reverse after generations of exposure. The characters in Springfield cannot see their own yellow skin because they have never known anything different. They have no reference point. Every face they have ever looked at has been the same shade. Every hand they have ever shaken has had the same number of fingers. The mutation is the baseline. The baseline is all they know. Now consider what this means. For the very first time, a Springfield resident sees someone from outside the town. In numerous episodes, characters from Springfield travel to other cities, other countries, other parts of America. In those episodes, the Springfielders look exactly as they always do: yellow, four-fingered, bulging-eyed, while the people they encounter look like something closer to realistic human beings. The visual contrast is right there in every frame. The Springfield character is surrounded by people who look fundamentally different, and nobody comments on it. Nobody notices. Nobody stops Homer on the street in New York or Paris or Tokyo and says, "What is wrong with your hands? Why are you that color?" Either the rest of the world is being extraordinarily polite, or the show is operating under a convention where the yellow skin is treated as invisible within the fiction. But consider a third possibility. Consider that the yellow skin has been normalized through decades of consistent exposure to the same contaminated environment, and that the cognitive effects of that same contamination have impaired Springfield's residents enough that they cannot perceive the difference between themselves and the rest of humanity. They cannot see that they are mutated because the same process that mutated their bodies has also impaired the part of their brains responsible for recognizing deviation from a baseline. The mutation is invisible to them. It would have to be. If they could see it, they might start asking questions. And the last thing anyone in Burns's position would want is for the residents of Springfield to start asking questions. There is a moment in a later season that makes this interpretation almost explicit. Homer has the crayon removed from his brain, a detail we will return to at length in a later section, and his intelligence increases dramatically. One of the first things he does with his restored cognitive function is look at the world around him with something approaching clear sight. He begins to perceive the reality of his situation. He begins to understand what Springfield actually is. And it destroys him. Not because Springfield is violent or actively dangerous in any immediate sense, but because seeing it clearly, seeing the power plant for what it is, seeing his neighbors for what they are, seeing the gap between what his life could be and what it is unbearable. The clarity is worse than the fog. So he puts the crayon back. He chooses not to see. That choice, and the psychological architecture behind it, is what the yellow skin represents in its deepest reading. It is the visible marker of a population that cannot see itself. A community contaminated not just physically but cognitively, in ways that prevent it from recognizing its own contamination. The yellow is not just a physical symptom. It is a metaphor made literal and rendered in a specific, impossible shade that no normal human being has ever naturally possessed. The yellow skin is the first thing you see when you look at a Simpsons character. It is meant to be the first thing you see. Groening put it there intentionally, even if the intention he described was practical rather than symbolic. But the show took that practical decision and built an entire hidden mythology around it over 36 years. Every episode, the yellow skin is in the frame. Every episode, nobody mentions it. Every episode, the audience absorbs it as normal, the way Springfield's residents have absorbed it as normal. And maybe that's the real trick the show has been playing all along. The yellow skin isn't just a symptom of what's happening in Springfield. It's a test of what's happening in the audience. We've been watching for 36 years, staring at impossible yellow faces, and we normalized it. We stopped seeing it. We became, in our own way, residents of Springfield people who look at a mutated population and say, without thinking, that's just how things are around here. The yellow skin works because we let it work. Because the show trained us to accept it the same way Springfield trained its residents to accept three-eyed fish and cracked cooling towers, and a billionaire employer who cannot remember the name of a man who has worked for him for decades. We accepted the yellow. Springfield accepted the plant. And in both cases, the acceptance was the point. There are other physical details worth noting before we move on from the skin itself. The yellow is consistent, but it is not uniform. Different characters and different lighting conditions display slightly different shades. Homer's yellow has a slightly more orange undertone than, say, Ned Flanders, whose yellow is cleaner and more saturated. Lisa's yellow is brighter and more golden than Marge's, which sits closer to a muted ochre in certain episodes. These are not accidents. Animation requires explicit decisions about color. Every shade and every frame of every episode was chosen deliberately by someone. And the fact that there is variation in the yellow, that different characters have subtly different versions of the same impossible skin tone, suggests that the show's designers were thinking about individuality even. Within the mutation, the yellow is shared, but it is not identical. Like radiation effects in a real population, the outcomes vary even when the source is the same. Some fans have noted that the intensity of the yellow seems to correlate loosely with how long a character's family has been established in Springfield. The Simpson family, among the most deeply rooted residents of the town, display the most saturated and consistent yellow. Characters who are newer arrivals, or who are depicted as having come from outside Springfield, sometimes appear in slightly more muted tones. This is speculative, and the showrunners have never confirmed any intentional symbolism in the color gradations, but it fits. If the yellow is a symptom of cumulative environmental exposure, then those whose families have been in Springfield the longest should display the most saturated expression of the trait. The Simpsons, who have lived on Evergreen Terrace through multiple generations, would be among the most thoroughly contaminated, and their yellow reflects that depth of exposure. The show has never named what the yellow skin is. It has never offered an in-universe explanation. It has never addressed it at all. But it has, over 36 seasons, built a world in which the yellow skin makes a terrible kind of sense. A world with a nuclear plant bleeding radiation into the water supply. A world where a three-eyed fish is pulled from the river and the town shrugs. A world where the safety inspector is a man with a crayon lodged in his brain. The yellow skin is the first piece of evidence. It is not the most dramatic, not the most specific, not the most unsettling. But it is the most universal, the most constant, the most impossible to look away from once you know what you're looking at. Every time The Simpsons appear on screen, every time the opening credits roll and the family converges on the couch from their separate corners of the town, you are looking at a family of four that has been mutated by their environment. Four yellow faces arranged on a couch, in a yellow living room, in a yellow town that sits downwind of a cracked reactor. You have been looking at it for 36 years, and now you will never be able to look at it the same way again. Before we move to our second section, drop a comment and let us know where in the world you're watching from and what time it is right now. And if you want to keep falling asleep to theories like these, subscribe so you never miss a new video. It costs nothing and it genuinely helps. Now get comfortable, we're just getting started. The Springfield nuclear power plant appears in the opening credits of every single episode. You have seen it thousands of times. You have watched Homer drive past it on his way home, dropping a glowing fuel rod without noticing and continuing down the hill into suburbia. The plant is so omnipresent that it registers as scenery, as backdrop, as the animated equivalent of wallpaper. But the plant is not wallpaper. The plant is the center of everything. The plant is the reason Springfield is the way it is. And the depth of what the show has revealed about it, accumulated across 36 years of episodes, is staggering when you look at it all together. Let's start with what we know for certain, from the show's own canon, using the show's own words. The Springfield nuclear power plant is a 2-unit pressurized water reactor facility. It is the primary source of electrical power for the entire town and surrounding area. It has been in operation for decades. It is owned and operated by Charles Montgomery Burns, who has never, to the best of anyone's knowledge, obtained any formal education in nuclear engineering, and who views the plant primarily as a profit-generating asset to be maintained at the lowest possible cost. The safety inspection that revealed 342 violations did not arrive unannounced. The episode makes clear that there was advance notice of the inspection, which means Burns had time to prepare. The fact that 342 violations were still found after preparation tells you something about the baseline state of the facility when no one is watching. Among those violations were some of the following documented conditions. Radioactive waste was being dumped directly into Springfield's water table, not transported to an approved disposal site, not stored in temporary containment, dumped into the water table, the water that feeds the town's wells and taps and drinking water supply. This is not a background joke. This is a narrative fact established within the canon of the show and never subsequently addressed or resolved. Radioactive waste was also being dumped onto the playground of Springfield Elementary School. The children attending that school play on contaminated ground every day. They touch the contaminated surfaces. They breathe whatever particulates have settled on the equipment. Homer's own children, Bart and Lisa, attend Springfield Elementary. They play on that playground. They have been playing on it for 36 years. Plutonium was being used as a paperweight on someone's desk inside the plant. Plutonium, one of the most toxic radioactive substances known to science, sitting on an office desk. The person using it as a paperweight did not appear to find this unusual. The cooling towers were cracked and had been repaired with chewing gum. This is not a metaphor. The structural components responsible for preventing the reactor from overheating had been patched with a consumer product designed for brief contact with a person's mouth. The margin for catastrophic failure built into that repair is effectively zero. Luminous rats were found running through the plant's interior. Rats that glow. Rats that have been exposed to enough radiation that their bodies emit visible light in the way that Mr. Burns's body emits visible light after his weekly treatments. The rats are not the problem, they are the evidence of the problem. They are biological monitors of the ambient radiation level inside the facility, and what they are monitoring is severe. And then there are the skeletons. Human skeletons were found in the basement of the nuclear power plant. Not artifacts, not props, skeletal remains of people who died inside a working reactor facility. The show displays this information and immediately moves on. No investigation is mentioned. No inquiry is opened. The safety inspector does not pause on this particular violation and ask who those people were or how they came to be skeletal remains in the basement of a power plant, or whether their deaths were documented anywhere. The skeletons are shown to the audience and then forgotten, because in Springfield, the most disturbing things are the ones that are acknowledged and then immediately abandoned. The show's willingness to show you human bones in a nuclear basement and then cut to a commercial break says something important about the world it is depicting. In Springfield, people die inside the plant and nobody asks questions. That is normal there. That is just how things are. Now stack this against what we know about Homer's employment history. Homer Simpson has been the nuclear safety inspector at the plant for the entirety of the show's run. The show's own creator has stated that Homer has an IQ of 55. In the episode where a crayon is discovered lodged in his brain since childhood again, a detail we will excavate thoroughly in a later section, it is established that this foreign object has been physically reducing his cognitive function for decades. Before the crayon was installed, Homer was measurably more intelligent. With the crayon, he is not. The man responsible for ensuring that the Springfield nuclear power plant does not poison an entire town has a crayon in his brain. He sleeps at his workstation. He has eaten food during meltdown warnings. He once caused a nuclear incident by throwing a donut into the reactor core out of curiosity. And he has been employed in this position, in direct proximity to an active reactor, for over 30 years. This is not negligence on Burns's part. This is, as we will examine in detail later, strategy. But for now, what matters is the cumulative effect. A mismanaged plant, leaking radioactive material into the water supply for decades, overseen by a man whose cognitive impairment prevents him from noticing or reporting violations, owned by a man who refuses to remediate those violations, because doing so would draw attention to their consequences. The consequences are visible in the biology of the town, but the most explicit confirmation of what the plant is doing to Springfield came not from any single episode, but from the Simpsons movie. In the film, Springfield's environmental contamination reaches a tipping point. The EPA, a real federal agency operating as a real federal agency within the show's universe, determines that the town has become so contaminated, so fundamentally toxic, that it poses a risk to the surrounding region. The solution they implement is the construction of a massive glass dome, physically enclosing Springfield and sealing it off from the rest of the country. Think about that for a moment without rushing past it. The United States federal government looked at Springfield and concluded that the only viable response was physical containment. They did not recommend remediation, they did not issue fines, they did not prosecute the facility's owner. They sealed the town under a dome. They classified the entire community as a contamination zone, requiring quarantine. Springfield was not just polluted. Springfield was determined to be so dangerous to the outside world that contact between Springfield and the rest of America had to be physically prevented. The town had crossed a threshold. It had become something that the government could not clean up, could not regulate out of existence, could not address through any normal administrative channel. It could only be contained. And the people inside it, every resident who had spent years or decades drinking the water, breathing the air, eating the fish from the river, were inside the dome when it went up. The dome is the show's most overt acknowledgement of the radiation theory. It is the moment when the fiction stops hinting and starts stating, Springfield is a contamination zone. Springfield's residents are contaminated. The government knows it. The government's response is not to help them. It is to make sure they cannot spread whatever they have become to the people who live outside the dome. But the contamination didn't begin with the movie. It began much earlier. And the evidence for what it has done to Springfield's residents has been accumulating since the second season, when Blinky, the three-eyed fish, was pulled from the water. Blinky was a mutant. The show was explicit about this. The fish had developed an additional eye as a result of exposure to the plant's radioactive runoff. This is what radiation does to biological systems. It disrupts cellular processes in ways that produce abnormal development. A three-eyed fish is a textbook presentation of what happens when a developing organism is exposed to ionizing radiation during its formative stages. The show used Blinky as a political story, a comedy of corporate responsibility and public relations, and then moved on. But the science embedded in the Blinky storyline does not stop applying simply because the episode ended. If the fish in the river developed a third eye from the plant's runoff, the humans drinking water from the same source, breathing the same air, living in the same irradiated environment for decades are not exempt from biological effects. They cannot be. That is not how radiation works. The show has depicted this repeatedly through Homer's extraordinary physical resilience. Homer survives things that would kill any normal human being. He has been shot, electrocuted, fallen from great heights, been hit by cars, survived explosions, endured industrial accidents. His healing rate is inhuman. His pain tolerance is beyond anything a standard human nervous system could process. These traits are played for comedy, but they have a consistent internal explanation. Homer's body has been exposed to low-level radiation for his entire adult life. He works inside a nuclear facility. He has been marinating in a contaminated environment since before he was born. His parents lived in Springfield before he did. His biology has been altered. It has been adapted, through decades of radiation exposure, into something more durable and more resilient than normal human biology. The radiation hasn't just made Homer less intelligent, it has made Homer's body less destroyable. The same process that damaged his brain has somehow reinforced his physical structure. He is, functionally, a mutant whose primary trait is physical indestructibility, paired with severe cognitive impairment. He cannot think his way out of anything, but he can survive anything that a functional thinker would have avoided in the first place. Marge's physical characteristics tell a different story but point to the same source. Her hair, the famous blue tower that extends straight upward and has maintained the same shape for 36 years, defies the laws of physics and gravity in a way that the show has never explained. It simply exists as a feature of Marge, as natural and unremarkable within the fiction as the color of her eyes. But hair that defies gravity isn't a style choice. It's a structural anomaly. Something about Marge's hair has made it rigid in a way that no natural hair is rigid. Something has altered its basic physical properties. Marge was briefly employed at the nuclear power plant herself. She was exposed to the same facility, the same violations, the same ambient radiation that Homer has been absorbing for decades. Her exposure was shorter, her resulting traits are less dramatic. But the hair is there, defying physics every episode, a quiet marker of what Springfield does to the people who pass through the plant's orbit. And then there are the children. Bart, Lisa, and Maggie were all born in Springfield. All three were born after both their parents had already been living in the contaminated environment for years. They were gestating in bodies that had already absorbed significant radiation exposure. They were born into a world where the water was already compromised, where the air was already carrying particulates from the cracked cooling towers, where the fish in the river already had 3 eyes. All three children display the same cluster of physical traits as their parents. The spiky hair that maintains its shape without product, the bulging eyes, the unusual proportions, the 4-fingered hands, and the yellow skin, bright and saturated, the mark of Springfield on every member of the Simpson family. The traits are heritable. They are passing from one generation to the next. This is consistent with the science of radiation exposure. Certain radiation-induced mutations can be passed to offspring, particularly when both parents have been exposed. The children of Springfield are not being born normal and then mutated. They are being born into a mutation that their parents have already internalized and normalized. The most important line in the entire radiation narrative is one that most viewers have absorbed without registering its full implications. In the Springfield Files episode, when the mystery of the glowing creature in the woods is finally resolved, the alien turns out to be Mr. Burns in the aftermath of one of his weekly medical treatments. The treatments keep him alive. Without them, he dies. They are so intensive, so loaded with radiation therapy and experimental chemical cocktails, that his body physically glows afterward. He is saturated with ionizing radiation to a degree that his body emits visible light. Burns is not a metaphor. Burns is not a joke. Burns is a man who has been managing his own radiation exposure for over a century, who has access to the most sophisticated medical technology money can buy, and who has used that technology to sustain himself in a state of perpetual radioactive equilibrium. He knows what radiation does to bodies. He knows what it does to his own body. He manages its effects in himself with weekly precision and access to treatments that no one else in Springfield can afford or access. And he knows what his plant is doing to Springfield. He has always known. He has the scientific understanding to know. He has the monitoring equipment to know. He has the personal experience of radiation's effects in his own biology, in his own weekly struggle to survive another 7 days, to know exactly what chronic, low-level exposure does to organisms over time. He knows. He has always known. And the plant keeps running, and the water keeps being contaminated, and the fish keep developing extra eyes. And Homer keeps sleeping at his workstation in Sector 7G, serving as the town's last line of defense against radioactive catastrophe, his IQ of 55 and his crayon-impaired brain standing between the residents of Springfield and the full awareness of what has been happening to them. There are smaller nuclear-adjacent details scattered throughout the show that reinforce the picture. Workers at the plant are depicted handling materials without proper protective equipment in multiple episodes. The plant's waste disposal practices are shown to be casual to the point of absurdity. There are episodes where radioactive waste is simply left in inconvenient places because no one has a better idea of what to do with it. The plant's physical structure has been shown in various states of disrepair that go beyond the 342 inspection violations. There are episodes where the walls are visibly damaged, where equipment is held together with improvised repairs, where systems that should be automated are instead dependent on Homer's direct and invariably distracted attention. The building itself seems to be slowly losing cohesion, as if the material that went into its construction and possibly the radiation passing through it is causing the plant to deteriorate from the inside out. The cracked cooling towers are the most visible symbol of this, but they are not the only one. There is a reading of the plant that treats it as a character in its own right, not a human character, but an entity with its own arc, its own trajectory, its own inevitable destination. The plant began as a mismanaged but functional facility. Over 36 seasons, it has become something closer to a wound in the landscape, a wound that has been leaking something invisible and transformative into the soil and water and air of Springfield for so long that the wound has become indistinguishable from the landscape itself. The town grew up around the plant. The town's economy depends on the plant. The town's children play on contaminated playground equipment near the plant. The town's fish have 3 eyes because of the plant. The town's residents have yellow skin and 4 fingers and brains that cannot quite process what is happening to them because of the plant. The Springfield nuclear power plant is not a setting. It is not atmosphere. It is not background. It is the primary character of the show, and it has been writing the story of Springfield's residents from long before the first episode aired. Everything in Springfield, every mystery, every unexplained physical trait, every impossible survival, every reset, every forgotten catastrophe traces back to those cooling towers on the hill, the ones that were cracked before Homer ever walked through the plant's front door and took a seat in Sector 7G and began his long career of sleeping on the job. The plant is why Springfield is the way it is. The plant is why the people are the way they are. And the plant is why nobody will ever figure any of this out, because the same water that turned the fish yellow turned the people's thinking slow and soft and incapable of looking up at that facility on the hill and asking the single question that would unravel everything. Why are we all like this? The plant made sure they would never ask. On April 1st, 1993. Something happened in Springfield. Something that the show acknowledged, moved past, and never fully came to terms with. Something that may have changed everything or may have ended everything depending on how you read it. Homer Simpson went into a coma. Not a figurative coma, not a dream sequence, not a treehouse of horror conceit. A real, medically documented clinical coma established within the main canon of the show, lasting 7 weeks, with a confirmed outcome that included permanent brain damage. The episode was called So It's Come to This, a Simpsons clip show. The premise began as a simple April Fool's Day escalation. Bart playing a series of pranks on Homer, each one more elaborate than the last, culminating in a beer taken to an auto body shop and placed inside an industrial paint shaker. The resulting pressurized explosion sent Homer to the hospital. While Homer was recovering in his hospital bed, he reached across the room toward a vending machine. The vending machine tipped. It fell on him. Homer flatlined. He entered a coma. The episode treats this with as much gravity as a clip show episode can manage, which is to say, it treats it seriously enough that the coma registers as a real narrative event, not a throwaway gag. Bart sits at Homer's bedside. The family is genuinely frightened. The situation is played with emotional weight. Then Homer wakes up. Bart tearfully confesses that the whole thing was his fault. Homer springs awake and immediately begins strangling his son. The family laughs. Life continues. But in the final moments of that episode, a detail is delivered that the show expects its audience to absorb and forget by the next commercial break. Homer lost 5% of his brain function during the coma. 5% gone permanently, destroyed, never coming back. Homer's response to learning that he has suffered permanent neurological damage is to laugh. He says he doesn't know why he's laughing. The family finds this charming. The episode ends. The show continues for another 32 years. Unless it doesn't. Unless that is the episode where the show ends and everything after it is something else. Because the Homer coma theory, the most widely discussed and most internally consistent fan theory in the show's history, is not that Homer's life changed after the coma. It is that Homer's life ended during it. That he never woke up. That every episode since April 1st, 1993, is the product of an unconscious man's dreaming mind, running a simulation of the world he fell asleep inside. Before the coma, The Simpsons was a different show. Not dramatically different in tone or humor, but grounded in a way that later seasons are not. The stories dealt with recognizable human problems amplified through satire. Homer tried to quit drinking. Marge considered having an affair and chose not to. Lisa developed a crush on a substitute teacher and was heartbroken when he left. Bart struggled academically and faced the real possibility of being held back a grade. These are the kinds of things that happen to real families. Financial anxiety, marital tension, parental failure. The comedy came from the gap between the characters' aspirations and their limitations, and that gap felt grounded in something true. The show was exaggerated but legible. You could see the bones of a real family underneath the cartoon. After the coma, the bones change shape. Homer goes to space. Burns captures the Loch Ness Monster. Homer joins a vigilante group and becomes its leader. Homer is inducted into a secret society. Homer discovers that his mother, whom he believed dead, has been living underground as a fugitive radical for 30 years. Homer meets God. Homer meets presidents. Homer holds hundreds of different jobs across dozens of episodes, each one forgotten by the next. Homer travels the world, survives things that would kill an entire military unit, befriends celebrities, and encounters the impossible with a regularity that stops being remarkable only because the show has trained us to accept anything it presents. The escalation is real. It is documented. Fans have been arguing about when The Simpsons went wrong, when it stopped being the show they remembered for more than 20 years. The consensus around the timing of the decline clusters, around the transition between early and mid-seasons, around the mid-90s, around, roughly, the period following the coma episode. The Homer coma theory offers a precise answer to the timing question. The Simpsons didn't decline. Homer's brain deteriorated. The increasingly surreal, increasingly impossible, increasingly detached from reality content of later seasons isn't bad writing. It's accurate representation of what happens inside a human mind as it slowly loses function. Dreams are not realistic. Dreams are emotionally resonant, internally consistent in a limited and shifting way, populated by people and places the dreamer knows, rearranged into scenarios that the waking world would never produce. Dreams escalate. Dreams introduce famous people who appear for no clear reason. Dreams move through space and time without the constraints of physical reality. Dreams have a logic that is felt rather than reasoned. Every episode of the post-coma Simpsons is a dream. The escalating absurdity of the plots is not a sign of writers running out of ideas. It is a portrait of a deteriorating brain trying to maintain a coherent narrative. As Homer's brain function diminishes, the simulation becomes less stable. The stories become stranger. The physics become more flexible. The things that happen become less and less tethered to anything that could happen in a world outside Homer's skull. There is a piece of evidence for this theory that predates the coma by 6 months. In the Season 4 premiere, Homer the Heretic, Homer has an actual face-to-face conversation with God. An articulate, specific, narrative conversation, not a dream sequence or a fantasy. Within the logic of the show's universe, this conversation happened. God spoke to Homer. And during that conversation, God told Homer that he would learn the meaning of life, but not yet. God told Homer his time was coming. 6 months later, Homer was in a coma. The coma theory reads God's words not as a cosmic joke, but as a prophecy. Homer's time was coming. His conscious life was approaching its end. The waking world was giving Homer a final warning, delivered by the highest possible authority, and Homer did not understand it because Homer does not understand most things. 6 months after God told Homer his time was nearly up, a vending machine fell on Homer, and his time ran out. Everything since has been the dream. The aging problem is the most powerful piece of evidence the coma theory possesses, and it is more elegant than any other explanation that has ever been proposed. Nobody in The Simpsons ages. Bart has been 10 years old for 36 years. Lisa has been 8. Maggie has been 1. Homer and Marge are perpetually middle-aged. The show uses what the industry calls a floating timeline. The characters exist in a permanent present tense, living in whatever year the episode airs while remaining exactly the age they were when the show began. Every explanation for why no one ages is unsatisfying from the inside of the fiction. The radiation theory says the characters' mutated biology prevents aging, which requires a very specific kind of mutation that the show has never actually depicted. The cartoon logic explanation says this is simply how animated shows work, which is true but not satisfying as an in-universe answer. The coma theory has a different answer, an answer that is not a workaround or a rationalization but an emotionally coherent explanation for why frozen time makes sense. Nobody ages because they exist inside the mind of a man who went to sleep in April 1993 and never woke up. Of course, his children don't age. Homer's unconscious brain cannot imagine them growing up because he was not there to see it happen. His children were 10 and 8 and 1 when he went under. They are preserved at those ages in his memory, because memory works that way. It holds the image of a person at the moment you last held them clearly in your mind. His wife doesn't age because the last time Homer truly saw Marge, she looked exactly as she does in every episode. His friends don't change because his memory of them is frozen at the moment the vending machine fell. Springfield doesn't alter in any fundamental way because dreams don't process fundamental change. Dreams recycle. Dreams rearrange. But they do not grow. Homer's coma preserves his world at the moment he lost consciousness, because that is what unconscious minds do. They run the same loop. They reconstruct the same faces. They reassemble the same house, the same street, the same town. Not because nothing could change, but because the dreamer's reference material is frozen. He cannot update the simulation with new data. He can only run it from what he had the last time he was awake. The celebrity appearances that flood later seasons of the show fit within this framework in a way that is almost too specific to be a coincidence. In the early seasons, famous people appeared in Springfield rarely and with clear narrative purpose. In later seasons, celebrities pour into Springfield with a frequency that the show itself seems aware is absurd. Famous musicians, famous athletes, famous actors, famous politicians, they arrive in Springfield for reasons that range from thin to non-existent and depart without significantly affecting the world of the show. If Springfield is a coma dream, the celebrity appearances are incoming signals from the outside world, processed through the dream's logic. Homer is lying in a hospital room. A television plays in the background. A nurse mentions a name. Someone at the bedside discusses a famous person. A radio plays a voice. Homer's brain, not fully conscious but not fully dark either, absorbs these signals and incorporates them into the simulation. The celebrity appears in Springfield because Homer heard their name through the fog. That is not a metaphor. That is a reasonably accurate description of how the unconscious brain processes external stimuli during deep unconsciousness. It does not simply tune out the world. It translates the world into the grammar of its current dream state. Voices become characters. Names become presences. The fragments of a real world become elements of a constructed one. The show acknowledged this theory, which is significant not because acknowledgement is confirmation, but because it tells you something about how seriously the writers take it. In season 34, an episode called Lisa the Boy Scout included what was described as a deliberately leaked, fake-deleted scene, in which Homer wakes from a long coma and reveals that everything had been a dream. The writers animated this. They voiced it. They showed it to the audience. And then they called it a hoax. They said it was a fake scene planted by hackers. The scene that explicitly depicted the coma theory being true was dismissed as a prank. But the show made it. The writers wrote the scene, storyboarded it, animated it, and had it exist in a form complete enough to be shared as a fake leak. They engaged with the theory enough to produce a version of its resolution. And their denial came wrapped inside an episode that showed you exactly what the theory says is true. Homer waking up from a coma and then told you it was a joke. The executive producer Al Jean addressed the theory directly in 2015. He said it was not true. He dismissed it as fan speculation. He did not explain why nobody ages. He did not address the tonal shift. He did not engage with the God prophecy or the specific episode or the 5% permanent brain damage. He said it was not true, and the interviewer moved on. Fans did not move on, because the theory does something that no official explanation ever has. It makes the show make sense. Every element of it. The aging freeze, the tonal escalation, the celebrity flood, the physics-defying survival of impossible situations, the reset that erases consequences between episodes, the inability of any catastrophe to permanently change anything. Homer survives everything because nothing is actually happening to his body. His body is in a hospital bed. Only his mind is in Springfield. And his mind cannot kill him because his mind is the one telling the story. The deepest part of the coma theory, the part that gets under your skin and stays there, is not the mechanics of how the dream works. It is the emotional logic of why the dream is what it is. What does Homer dream about? What does the dream give him? His family? Marge? Still loving him? Bart? Still his mischievous boy? Lisa? Still playing her saxophone in her small room, still fighting for things she believes in? Maggie? Still small enough to hold? Homer's coma dream is the simplest possible wish made permanent. He wants his family. He wants them preserved. He wants Friday night to last forever and the kids to never grow up, and Marge to never leave, and the house on Evergreen Terrace to stay exactly the way it looked the last time he saw it clearly. In the coma, all of this is true. The dream gives him everything. The children stay young, the wife stays, the house stays standing. And Homer never has to face the thing he fears most, which is not death or injury or humiliation, but a world without the people he loves in exactly the forms he loves them. That is not a nightmare. That is, for a man like Homer Simpson, the only heaven he would ever ask for. A house where the kids are always young, a wife who still laughs at his jokes, a couch that holds the whole family on Sunday night. The dream runs it forward, episode after episode, in an endless loop that feels like life because life is what it's built from. And every time Homer survives something impossible, every fall, every explosion, every impact that would shatter a normal human body, it is not plot armor or lazy writing. It is a man's unconscious mind refusing to let the story end. Because if the story ends, if Homer dies in the dream, then there is nothing left. No family, no Springfield, no more Evergreen Terrace. Just a hospital room and a man who might not be coming back from wherever he went. Homer's brain keeps him alive in the dream because the alternative is no dream at all. And no dream means no Marge, no Bart, no Lisa, no Maggie. The survival instinct is not physical. It is the most human instinct there is. The need to stay inside the thing that feels like home, even if home is something your dying mind constructed from the last good memory it had. The coma theory does not ruin The Simpsons. It reveals the show's emotional core in a way that the official narrative never quite manages. Beneath the jokes and the chaos and the Homer yell and the strangling and the donut jokes and the couch gags, beneath all of it, there is a man who loves his family more than he can express, lying very still in a room somewhere in Springfield, dreaming the same dream for 32 years. Every episode is that dream. Every episode is an act of love. Every episode is Homer refusing to let go. And when the dream finally stops, when the simulation finally runs out, when the last episode airs and the credits roll for the final time, maybe that's what it will mean. Not that the show ended, but that Homer finally woke up. Or finally didn't. We don't know which. The show will never tell us. But one of them is true. The hospital room is still there. The summer of 1995 changed the relationship between a television show and its audience in a way that had never been done before and has never quite been replicated since. The Simpsons, already the most culturally dominant show on American television, aired the 25th episode of its 6th season and then went dark for an entire summer. They left America with a single burning question, an actual mystery with actual clues, a genuine invitation to participate in the act of solving something. They made the audience feel like detectives. The question was, who shot Mr. Burns? And the answer, when it finally came in September, was, according to the show, Maggie Simpson. But here is where the story gets interesting. Because the answer the show gave you and the answer the evidence supports are not necessarily the same thing. To understand the mystery, you have to understand what Burns had done to deserve being shot. By the end of Part 1, Burns had not merely irritated Springfield or committed the sort of minor villainy that drives a standard episode. He had systematically dismantled the pillars of the community. He had stolen an oil well from beneath the school, gutting its budget, and eliminating programs. He had driven Moe's Tavern into bankruptcy. He had created a sinkhole that destroyed the retirement home where Grandpa Simpson lived. He had injured Santa's little helper, the family dog. And for his final act, the one that transformed irritation into something closer to existential threat, he had constructed a massive mechanical device designed to permanently block out the sun over Springfield. Not block it temporarily, not obstruct it partially. Block it permanently, so that every resident of Springfield would be forced to depend entirely on the power that Burns's plant supplied. He was not just being greedy, he was engineering total dependency. He was making it so that Springfield could not survive without him. When Smithers protested, Burns fired him on the spot. By the time Burns was shot, every person in Springfield had a legitimate grievance. The show was not exaggerating when it gave the audience a list of suspects. There were dozens of characters with motive. Homer, because Burns could never remember his name despite Homer working for him for years. Marge, because Burns had destroyed her children's school. Bart, because the school. Lisa, because the school, and also because Burns had blocked the sun. Grandpa, because his home was gone. Groundskeeper Willie, because he'd lost his job. Moe, because his bar was destroyed. Tito Puente, because Burns had cut the music program. Even Smithers, freshly fired and spiraling. The entire town gathered at a public meeting. The tension was real. Multiple characters were visibly armed. And then Burns collapsed, a single gunshot wound. He staggered to the town sundial and fell, his hands landing on two letters, W and S. Or from Burns's perspective, M and S. America waited all summer. When Part 2 arrived, the investigation played out as a comedic procedural. Smithers confessed immediately and just as quickly was exonerated. He had been blackout drunk and had shot Jasper's wooden leg, not Burns, in a completely different location. One by one, suspects established alibis. The evidence eventually pointed to a Simpson family DNA match on an eyelash found on Burns's suit. Homer was arrested. He was about to be convicted. Burns woke up. Burns identified his shooter. It was Maggie. According to Burns, he had encountered the infant in the parking lot after the town meeting and attempted to take her lollipop. His gun fell from its holster in the struggle. Maggie picked it up. The gun discharged. Burns was shot. Case closed. Baby did it. Except the case was never actually closed, it was ended. And those are two different things. Start with the contest. Fox invited America to guess the shooter. The prize was significant. The winner would be animated into a future episode. Thousands of entries arrived. According to the DVD commentary for the episodes, not a single person in the randomly selected sample of entries had guessed the correct answer. Nobody won. The person who received the prize was chosen at random from the sample pool because there was no correct answer to award. Since they hadn't gotten it right, they were given a cash payment instead of the promised prize of being animated into an episode. The show's own producers acknowledged on the DVD commentary that they were aware of one person who had posted the correct answer to a Simpsons newsgroup online on the night of the original broadcast. But by the time the contest ended and producers tried to locate this person, their college internet account had been deactivated. The person could not be found. An open invitation was issued on the DVD release for that person to come forward and claim their prize. As far as anyone has ever been able to determine, they never did. What this tells you is significant. The show's creators designed what they called a solvable mystery, promoted a national contest around the promise that the clues were sufficient to identify the shooter, and then when the answer was revealed, effectively nobody had solved it. Either the clues were genuinely insufficient, the red herrings were too effective, or the answer that was chosen did not logically follow from the evidence in Part 1 in the way the show claimed it did. The mystery was not designed to be solved. It was designed to feel like it could be solved. Those are different things. Now look at the specific clues. The sundial. Burns's hands fell on the letters W and S, which from his perspective read as M and S. The show interprets this as M for Maggie, S for Simpson. Burns himself, in his waking account of events, stated that he did not deliberately position himself to point at his attacker's initials. He fell. The sundial clue, the central defining piece of physical evidence in the episode's resolution, was described by the victim himself as accidental. The most important piece of evidence that the show uses to justify Maggie as the shooter was explicitly characterized by the person who created it as coincidental. The gun presents a different kind of problem. Burns carried a gun in a holster. In the period leading up to the shooting, his holster is shown to be empty. The gun was already missing from his person before he was shot. This means whoever shot Burns used Burns's own weapon. They didn't bring a gun to the town meeting. They acquired one by chance by finding Burns's gun either on his person or on the ground. This narrows the pool of possible shooters considerably. Most of the characters who had strong motives and who were present at the town meeting were already armed. They brought weapons because they were angry enough to consider violence. The shooter was someone who hadn't planned to shoot anyone, who came to the meeting unarmed, who only had access to a gun because Burns's gun was available. A baby finding a dropped gun is consistent with this profile. So are a significant number of other characters who were not observed to be carrying weapons that night. Burns's last words before being shot were, "Oh, it's you." He recognized his attacker. He greeted them without fear. "Oh, it's you" is the phrasing you use when you see someone you know, someone whose presence in this context does not alarm you. It is not the phrasing of a man who is surprised. Does Burns know Maggie Simpson? Has he ever interacted with her in any meaningful way prior to this episode? The show has not established any prior relationship between Burns and the youngest Simpson. Burns barely knows who Homer is, and Homer has worked for him for years. The idea that Burns would see an infant and say, "Oh, it's you," the casual, unafraid greeting of a man recognizing a familiar face, does not fit the relationship the show has established between them. If Burns knew his attacker well enough to greet them without alarm, it was probably not the baby. In Season 18, Homer states on camera that he was the one who shot Burns. He says it as a throwaway line. Nobody reacts. Nobody investigates. Nobody reopens the case. Homer confesses to the attempted murder of the richest man in Springfield, and the show treats it like background noise. Either Homer is lying, which is possible, as he has a documented tendency toward embellishment and self-aggrandizement, or he is telling the truth, in which case the original verdict was wrong, and a baby was blamed for a crime committed by her father. Homer's confession is never addressed. It simply exists in the canon, unresolved, as one more thread the show introduced and chose not to pull. The Marge theory is worth examining at length because it is the alternate reading that makes the most narrative sense when you sit with it. Marge had motive. Her children's school had been gutted, her family's dog had been injured, her family's financial security was threatened by Burns's monopolistic behavior. She had watched the richest man in town systematically dismantle the community she had spent her entire adult life building a home inside. Marge was not carrying a weapon at the town meeting. She would not have been. Marge does not think in terms of violence. But if she had encountered Burns in the parking lot afterward, if she had seen the gun on the ground, and in a moment that was not premeditated, not planned, not the act of someone who had chosen to become a shooter, picked it up and acted that is consistent with what the physical evidence actually shows, the wrinkle is Burns's protection of her. There is an episode in an earlier season where Burns becomes infatuated with Marge. not in a way that was consummated or that Marge returned. But the infatuation was real within the canon. Burns fell for Marge in a way that he has not fallen for anyone else the show has shown us. If Burns knew it was Marge who shot him, if he woke up in that hospital room and remembered her face, he may have chosen not to name her. A man who had been infatuated with Marge, who understood that naming her would destroy her family and put her in prison, who had the power to redirect the investigation with a single word, might have looked at the sundial and chosen to let the letters point somewhere less damaging, somewhere that carried no real consequence, somewhere like an infant. Maggie becomes the answer because Maggie is the perfect answer. Chief Wiggum says it himself. No jury in the world would convict a baby. An infant cannot be charged. An infant cannot be tried. An infant cannot be sentenced. Naming Maggie resolves the investigation, satisfies the procedural requirement of an identified shooter, and ensures that no one goes to prison. If someone with power over the investigation wanted to protect the real shooter, Maggie was the cleanest possible solution. The alternate endings that were produced for the episode prove that even the writers were not fully committed to the Maggie conclusion until late in the process. A complete alternate ending was animated in which Smithers was revealed as the shooter. Full-length, fully voiced, fully produced. This ending was presented in The Simpsons' 138th episode Spectacular and then dismissed because, as the host character Troy McClure explains, it wouldn't have made sense, since all the Simpson DNA evidence would have to be ignored, which would be, he says, downright nutty. That line is a direct reference to the O.J. Simpson trial, which had concluded in the weeks before the episode aired. A jury had acquitted a defendant despite DNA evidence because of questions about how that evidence had been collected and handled. The show is winking at you. It is telling you that DNA evidence is not the unchallengeable fact that courtroom procedurals make it seem. It is telling you that evidence can be discounted, ignored, or explained away when other considerations come into play. The writers also considered Barney Gumble as the shooter at one point in the scripting process. They planned to send him to prison. This was abandoned before the episode was produced. But the fact that multiple shooters were seriously considered, that the answer was not determined by following the clues, but was chosen from a range of possibilities, confirms that the mystery was designed backward. The writers picked an answer and then constructed the evidence to support it. The real shooter is not definitively established by the evidence. The show chose Maggie as a matter of convenience, narrative efficiency, and perhaps affection for the dramatic image of a baby with a gun. But the choice was not compelled by the clues. It was made in spite of some of them. And the final image of the episode is not a confession. Maggie sits alone in the room after everyone else is gone. She looks around carefully, making sure no one is watching. And then she moves her pacifier in a motion that mimics firing a gun. The show wants you to read this as confirmation. But consider what you are actually watching. A baby who has just watched someone get shot in front of her, reenacting the event she witnessed. That is what babies do. They are extraordinarily observational. They process novel experiences through repetition, replaying what they have seen until it becomes familiar. Maggie mimicking the motion of the shooting does not confirm that she committed it. It confirms that she was there when it happened. She was a witness. She saw the shooter. She was close enough that her presence in the parking lot was noted. And the investigation, for reasons of convenience or protection or both, concluded that the witness was also the perpetrator. The greatest mystery in Simpsons history was never solved. It was closed. And in Springfield, those have always been two very different things. Charles Montgomery Burns was born sometime in the late 1800s. The show has never committed to a specific year, but the evidence from his own memories, stories told in his own voice, about events he describes as personal experience rather than historical knowledge, places his birth well before the turn of the 20th century. He attended Yale. He served in World War II, though his role in that conflict was, at minimum, morally complex. He knew Howard Hughes. He stole a $1 trillion bill from the United States government and concealed it for decades. He has described the Gilded Age not as a historical period he learned about, but as a time he remembers. By the most conservative estimate, Burns is well over 100 years old. By the most expansive reading of his canonical memories, he could be approaching 140, and he does not merely exist at this age, he functions. He runs a multi-billion-dollar corporation. He orchestrates complex schemes. He maintains political relationships. He manages a financial empire with strategic sophistication that outpaces every other character on the show. His body is frail. His physical strength is essentially non-existent. His grip is described in one episode as being barely perceptible, registering just below the level of a small child. He moves slowly. He requires assistance for many basic physical tasks. But his mind is not fragile. His mind is the most formidable thing in Springfield. Burns operates with a predatory intelligence and a long-horizon strategic thinking that no one else in the town can match, because no one else in the town has had over a century to practice. The question of how Burns is still alive is the most practically impossible mystery in the show. Not the most emotionally resonant, not the most dramatically satisfying, but the most fundamentally challenging to any rational explanation. The Springfield Files provides the most explicit piece of evidence. During that episode, Homer encounters a glowing figure in the woods near Springfield. The town panics. FBI agents are called in. The mystery builds. And when the answer is finally revealed, it is not an alien but Burns, returning from one of his weekly medical treatments. These treatments are intensive enough that they cause his body to emit visible light. They are effective for exactly 7 days, after which he needs another dose. Without them, he dies. The treatment keeps him alive for 1 week at a time, and it has presumably been doing so for some significant portion of his life. Burns is not surviving through any natural biological process. He is being kept alive by a recurring medical intervention that must be administered on a precise weekly schedule. Miss a treatment, and the margin for error is 0. Burns's continued existence is as dependent on logistical precision as a mechanical system requiring regular maintenance. The treatment involves radiation. This should not surprise you. The man who owns a nuclear plant, the man who has built his entire empire around the generation and distribution of nuclear power, is personally sustained by controlled radiation exposure. He is not merely profiting from radiation, he is powered by it. His body has been so fundamentally altered by decades of proximity to nuclear material that it cannot sustain itself through normal biological processes. It requires external radiation input the way a standard human organism requires food. This is the Three Stooges syndrome made explicable. In one of the show's most famous scenes, Burns visits a doctor who delivers an extraordinary diagnosis. Burns has every disease known to medical science, every single one, simultaneously. The doctor explains that these diseases are all present in Burns's body at once, but exist in a state of perfect equilibrium. Each illness cancels out every other illness. They are all trying to kill him at the same time, which means none of them can make progress. The doctor compares it to 3 people trying to fit through a doorway simultaneously. They all get stuck. Burns is the sickest man in America. He is also, for precisely that reason, functionally indestructible. Everything that should kill him is being blocked by everything else that should kill him. The medical establishment calls this extraordinary. The radiation theory calls it predictable. Burns's weekly treatments don't cure his diseases. They manage them. They maintain the equilibrium. They keep every illness in perfect balance against every other illness, preventing any single condition from gaining dominance and killing him. It is not medicine in any conventional sense. It is nuclear maintenance applied to a biological system. Burns's body is a reactor. The treatments are the control rods. Without precise, scheduled intervention, the equilibrium collapses and the meltdown begins. Smithers is not simply a devoted assistant. Smithers is a medical necessity. The show has established repeatedly that Burns becomes helpless without Smithers, not emotionally helpless, though that is also true, but physically helpless. The episodes where Smithers is removed from his position consistently depict Burns's physical condition deteriorating. Smithers manages Burns's schedule. Smithers ensures Burns makes his weekly appointments. Smithers monitors Burns's physical condition with a vigilance that crosses from professional to almost clinical. If Smithers were to leave, were to quit, were to be fired, were to be removed in any permanent way, Burns would miss a treatment. Missing a treatment would break the equilibrium. Every disease currently held in perfect stasis by every other disease would surge simultaneously. The gridlock would collapse, and Burns, for all his wealth and all his power, would be dead within days. Smithers knows this. Burns almost certainly knows this. The relationship between them is not simply one of loyalty and devotion. Though those elements are real, It is a relationship sustained partly by mutual awareness that Smithers's continued presence is the mechanical condition of Burns's continued existence. Smithers is not devoted to Burns out of affection alone. He is devoted because he understands that his absence is a death sentence, and that knowledge is the deepest foundation of their bond. Burns's connection to historical events adds another dimension to the immortality question that the show has never fully explored but has consistently hinted at. The list of historical contexts Burns can speak to from personal experience is extraordinary. He describes the Gilded Age with the familiarity of lived experience. He served in the Second World War and behaved in ways consistent with someone who had lived long enough to care very little about conventional morality. He stole $1 trillion bill from the federal government during that war and held it for decades without appearing to view this as anything other than ordinary opportunism. His family, the Burns dynasty, is described across multiple episodes as one of the oldest and most consistently powerful lineages in American history. Not merely wealthy in the contemporary sense, dynastically wealthy, in the way that implies generational accumulation predating any living person's memory. The Burns family built infrastructure. The Burns family charged everyone else to use that infrastructure. The Burns family existed at a level of economic power where legal accountability becomes a theoretical concept rather than a practical concern. This kind of continuity does not occur through normal generational succession. Wealthy families typically lose cohesion across generations. The children spend the inheritance. The children's children are professional rather than dynastic. The fortune disperses. The Burns dynasty has not dispersed. It has concentrated. It has maintained its power for longer than most American institutions have existed. The question the show raises but never answers is whether Burns is unique within his family or whether the Burns lineage has always found ways to extend its hold on power beyond what normal human lifespans permit. If the current Burns has been alive for over a century through artificial means, through radiation treatments and experimental medicine, and the kind of dedicated medical infrastructure that only extreme wealth can build, did previous Burns patriarchs use other methods? Before nuclear radiation, before modern medicine, before any of the technology that currently keeps Burns ticking week to week, did the Burns family use something else? Did they practice some earlier version of the same fundamental strategy, acquiring the most potent energy source available to their era and using it to sustain their biological functions beyond the normal span? The show doesn't say, but it establishes clearly that the Burns family has been in continuous power for an unnaturally long time. And that kind of continuity, across centuries, across the collapse of empires and the rise of nations, requires more than ordinary succession. Burns has been closer to death than almost any other character on the show and has returned from every proximity. He was shot by Maggie or whoever actually shot him and survived. He has been hospitalized for events that would end most people. He has been abandoned in wilderness. He has been poisoned and attacked and collapsed and recovered with a consistency that exceeds what any normal human biology should produce. And each recovery is different from Homer's. Homer survives because the show needs him to survive, because narrative convenience and comedy logic dictate that Homer cannot stay dead. But Burns survives through infrastructure, through money, through the medical apparatus that he has spent a century building precisely because he understood, long before most people would begin to think about it, that death is not inevitable for someone with sufficient resources. Homer's immortality is passive. It happens to him. Burns's immortality is engineered. He built it. He maintains it. He has spent his entire extended life constructing the systems that ensure he will continue to exist regardless of what happens to his physical form. Every dollar Burns has ever earned, every political relationship he has cultivated, every institution he has compromised, every doctor he has retained, all of it serves the single goal of keeping Burns alive. Not comfortable, not powerful, though power is a tool, alive. The empire exists to sustain the emperor. The emperor exists to sustain the empire. It is a closed loop, a system that feeds itself, and Burns has been running it for longer than anyone outside it can fully comprehend. The most unsettling implication of Burns's immortality is not that he might live forever. It is that Springfield might need him to. The town's economy is dependent on the power plant. The power plant is dependent on Burns's continued ownership and investment. Burns is dependent on the treatments that only his wealth can provide. Remove any element from that chain and the whole structure is threatened. Springfield cannot simply vote Burns out of existence, even if it wanted to, and the town never quite seems to want to, even when Burns does something that should provoke rage. It cannot shut down the plant without collapsing the local economy. It cannot challenge Burns without putting at risk the one institution that keeps the lights on and the bills paid for every family on every street in the contamination zone. Burns survives not just because his medicine keeps him alive. He survives because the system he built has made his survival the condition for Springfield's survival. The two are linked in a way that makes opposition structurally impossible. You cannot fight the man who controls your electricity, your employment, your economy, and your political class simultaneously. You can only accommodate him. You can only wait at his desk and hope he remembers your name. Burns is not immortal through magic or mutation. He is immortal through design. He is too expensive to die, and Springfield will keep paying the cost for as long as Burns keeps the reactor running. She has been 1 year old for 36 years. She cannot walk without falling. She has never formed a complete sentence in the main continuity of the show. She communicates through pacifier sounds, pointing, and occasional facial expressions of startling precision. She is, by every metric the show presents, a completely ordinary baby. She is not a completely ordinary baby. Let's begin with the shooting, because it defines her in the public consciousness, even though it is, in the full picture of who Maggie is, the least interesting thing about her. We've already examined the question of whether Maggie actually shot Burns, and the evidence suggests that the official conclusion is not as airtight as the show presented it. But take the official conclusion at face value for a moment. Take the show's word that Maggie did pick up the gun, and that the discharge was her doing. What happens next is the part that matters. A baby was identified as the person responsible for shooting the richest man in Springfield. The police investigated. The evidence was examined. The legal system, such as it exists in Springfield, engaged with the case. And the conclusion was that yes, this infant had committed an act of violence against a grown adult man, and nothing could be done about it. Chief Wiggum's words are exact: no jury in the world would convict a baby. And that was the end of it. Case closed. Maggie goes home. Life continues. Except for the final shot of the episode, everyone else has left the room. Maggie is alone. She looks around deliberately, carefully, in a way that registers as purposeful rather than random, confirming that the room is empty, that no one is watching. And then she moves her pacifier in a slow, deliberate motion that unmistakably mimics the act of firing a gun. This is not reflexive behavior. A baby does not check its surroundings before acting. A baby does not assess whether it is being observed and modify its behavior accordingly. A baby does not reenact a specific traumatic event privately after confirming privacy. Those are the behaviors of someone who understands what they did, understands that the act carries weight and consequence, and has made a conscious decision that expressing that understanding publicly would be unwise. Maggie checked the room. Maggie confirmed she was alone. Then Maggie reenacted the shooting. That sequence requires situational awareness, working memory, causal reasoning, and what psychologists call theory of mind. The understanding that other people's knowledge and perspectives differ from your own. That if someone was watching, they would draw a conclusion from this gesture that Maggie does not want drawn. No infant operates at that level of cognitive sophistication. No year-old child has fully developed theory of mind. The developmental literature is clear on this. Theory of mind typically emerges between ages 3 and 5, and even then gradually. Maggie is either the most extraordinary developmental outlier in the history of documented child psychology, or she is something that the show has been quietly suggesting without ever fully stating. A mind that is not operating at the level her body's age would predict. The longest daycare is where the evidence becomes undeniable. This is a 7-minute theatrical short, released in 2012 before Ice Age: Continental Drift. It received an Academy Award nomination, and it is 7 minutes of Maggie Simpson doing things that no 1-year-old child can do. The setup is simple. Maggie is dropped off at the Ayn Rand School for Tots, a daycare run with authoritarian efficiency. Inside, she encounters a caterpillar about to become a butterfly. Another baby, Gerald, a recurring nemesis, wants to destroy it. Maggie decides to protect it. What follows is a miniature action film in which Maggie systematically outmaneuvers the bully, the staff, and the facility's security systems to save the butterfly and release it outside. She does this entirely without language, without running, without the full motor control a more developed child would have. She falls, she stumbles, She crawls when she should be sprinting. Her body cannot keep up with what her mind is directing it to do. But her mind is making decisions of extraordinary quality. She reads the environment with the accuracy of someone who has been trained to assess threats. She identifies the paths of surveillance. She constructs a multi-step plan that requires timing, spatial reasoning, and the ability to model the behavior of other agents in the space. She improvises when the plan needs adjustment. She executes with what can only be described as operational discipline. Every choice she makes is correct. Every adjustment is appropriate. Every solution she finds to an obstacle is optimal, given the constraints. Her body is 1 year old. Her decision-making belongs to a different order of being entirely. The show has directly tested Maggie's intelligence on multiple occasions, though the results vary by episode. In some episodes, her intelligence registers as extraordinary off the charts, beyond the capacity of the testing instrument to measure. The show treats this as a quick laugh and moves on. But the pattern is unmistakable across dozens of instances. Maggie is not normal. Maggie is not even unusually gifted in the way that would be described by child development literature. Maggie is operating at a cognitive level that has no appropriate category for a child of her stated age. And then, there is the silence. This is the most important thing about Maggie, and it is the thing the show has never explained and never resolved. Maggie's first word, "Daddy," spoken in the 3rd season, was voiced by Elizabeth Taylor. It was one of the most celebrated cameo moments in the show's history. It happened once, and it was never repeated. Since then, across 36 seasons, Maggie has not developed language in any meaningful way. She has made sounds. She has grunted and hummed and produced pacifier-related noises. But she has not spoken. She has not communicated in words in the way that any child of her stated developmental stage should have done long ago. She lives in a household of extraordinarily verbal people. Homer never stops talking. Marge's communication is constant and emotionally sophisticated. Bart's verbal output is relentless. Lisa's language is the most developed of any character on the show. Articulate, precise, intellectually ambitious in a way that would be remarkable for an adult. Maggie has absorbed all of this. She has listened to it for 36 years. She has processed it. She demonstrably understands it. Her responses to spoken words are accurate. Her behavior in reaction to conversation is appropriate. She clearly comprehends language at a sophisticated level, even if she does not produce it. She understands everything. She says nothing. The theory that emerges from this, and it is supported by everything the show has shown us about Maggie across its entire run, is that the silence is not developmental delay. It is not a condition. It is not a limitation. It is a strategy. Maggie is silent because she has determined that silence is the optimal approach to operating in Springfield. Consider what Maggie has had the opportunity to observe. She has watched Lisa for her entire life. Lisa is brilliant, articulate, morally serious, and deeply committed to using her intelligence in visible ways. Lisa speaks up. Lisa challenges. Lisa argues. Lisa advocates. And what has it gotten her? Isolation, mockery, dismissal. Lisa's intelligence is her most defining characteristic, and it has made her the loneliest character on the show. She is chronically misunderstood, consistently undervalued, and regularly crushed by the weight of a community that does not share her values or her capabilities. Her brilliance does not protect her. It marks her. It separates her from every peer she has. It makes her visible in a town that is, structurally, hostile to visibility of that particular kind. Maggie watched this happen. Maggie has been watching it happen every day since she was born. She has observed, from her position as the family's invisible member, the baby in the corner, the one everyone coos at and sets down, and forgets that being visibly intelligent in Springfield is a reliable way to ensure that your intelligence accomplishes nothing. Lisa announces herself. Lisa performs her intelligence, and the performance makes her a target. Maggie learned the opposite lesson. Maggie learned that the most powerful position is the one that nobody monitors. The most effective agent is the one that nobody suspects. The best armor in Springfield is not intelligence, it is the appearance of helplessness. Every time Maggie does something extraordinary, what happens? The family doesn't notice. The community doesn't see it. The investigation focused on every adult in Springfield before it reached the baby, because who suspects a baby? The daycare rebellion succeeded because no adult was watching the infants closely enough to see them organizing. Every act of heroism, every display of cognitive power, Every moment where Maggie changes the outcome of something, it happens in the margins, below the radar, in the spaces that don't get observed. Maggie has engineered those spaces. She has maintained them for 36 years by performing exactly what everyone expects her to perform. A passive, dependent, developmentally on-track infant who is charming and harmless and not worth monitoring closely. She is none of those things. She is the most capable member of the Simpson family, possibly the most capable person in Springfield, and she has spent 3.5 decades making sure that no one figures that out. Connect this to the radiation theory and the picture becomes stranger and more interesting. If Springfield's contaminated environment produces mutations, and if those mutations express differently in different individuals, then Maggie and Homer represent opposite ends of the same spectrum. Homer's cognitive function was diminished by radiation, by the crayon, by decades of exposure to whatever the plant has been putting into the water. His intelligence was reduced to clinical disability level. Maggie's was amplified. The same source, the same family, the same compromised water and irradiated air produced opposite outcomes in father and youngest daughter. Where the mutation took something from Homer's brain, it gave something extraordinary to Maggie's. They are two expressions of the same environmental cause. Homer, brilliant potential, flattened into cheerful dysfunction. Maggie, ordinary infancy, supercharged into something that has no good name. If the coma theory is true, Maggie's genius becomes the most emotionally devastating detail in the entire show. Homer cannot see Maggie grow up. He cannot be there for her first steps, her first words, her first day of school, the person she becomes. He is in a hospital bed, and the simulation he runs cannot update her because he has no data to update her with. He can only imagine her as he last saw her, 1 year old, watching him with those enormous eyes. So in the dream, he makes her extraordinary. He gives her the intelligence that would make her okay without him. He makes her capable of things no infant could do. He makes her the most powerful person in the house. Because in the dream, in the place where his unconscious mind is running all of this, Homer needs to believe that Maggie will be safe, that she will be fine, that she doesn't need him there to protect her because she is already, at 1 year old, more than capable of protecting herself. Maggie's genius is not a mutation in this reading. It is a prayer. It is a father's deepest hope for his most vulnerable child, rendered in the only medium available to him, the dream he cannot wake from. But back in Springfield, in whatever passes for the waking world, there is a simpler and darker reading. Maggie doesn't speak because speaking gets you nothing in this town. She doesn't reveal her intelligence because visible intelligence is punished here. She watches everything, remembers everything, understands everything, and she waits. What is she waiting for? The show has never told us. Maggie's endgame is the one truly unsolved mystery in the Simpson family. She is the only character whose future has not been sketched, even tentatively, even in a flash forward that the show then ignores. Lisa gets a future episode. Bart gets a future episode. Homer and Marge's trajectory, however looping and inconsistent, has a legible shape. Maggie is entirely unknown. She is potential that has not yet expressed itself. She is a power that has not yet declared its direction. And that may be the most frightening thing about her. Not what she has done, not the shooting or the daycare or the butterfly, what she is waiting to do, what she has been building toward quietly behind the pacifier for 36 years of careful observation. Springfield won't see it coming. Nobody will. That's exactly how Maggie designed it. For the first 6 seasons of The Simpsons, Homer's mother was dead. This was the established fact. Abe Simpson had told Homer his mother died when he was young. There was a grave, Homer mourned. He grew up believing he was a boy whose mother chose to leave him, one way or another, because the universe is indifferent, and sometimes mothers die. That belief shaped everything about Homer Simpson. The desperation for approval, the clinginess toward Marge, the terror of abandonment that sits underneath every episode where their relationship is strained, the willingness to absorb humiliation from Burns, from Lenny and Carl, from the universe in general, rather than risk losing the only stable thing in his life. The compulsive need to be liked, even by people who clearly don't like him. Homer Simpson's entire personality is a coping mechanism for maternal loss. And in Season 7, the show revealed that the loss was a lie. Mother Simpson aired in November of 1995 and is consistently placed among the greatest episodes the show has ever produced. What happens is this. Homer fakes his own death to avoid working on a Saturday, a completely standard Homer Simpson problem-solving approach, and then has to go to the Hall of Records to correct the error. While there, he discovers that according to municipal records, his mother is alive. She never died. The grave Abe showed him was not hers. It was the grave of Walt Whitman, the poet. Abe had been using a famous literary figure's headstone as a stand-in for his deceased wife for Homer's entire life. Homer finds Mona at the cemetery, visiting what she believes is her son's grave because she also believed Homer was dead. They recognize each other. They have their reunion. It is one of the show's most genuinely affecting moments. A grown man and his mother, separated for 27 years, finding each other beside a headstone that belongs to neither of them. And then Mona tells him the truth. She didn't die. She didn't leave because she stopped loving him. She left because she had no choice. Because staying would have put Homer and Abe in danger. Because a man had destroyed her life and forced her underground. That man was Charles Montgomery Burns. The story begins in 1969. Mona Simpson was a housewife. She was married to Abe. She had a young son named Homer. She was ordinary, unremarkable, living a quiet domestic life in Springfield while the world outside was burning. And then something radicalized her. The show depicts it with its characteristic blend of comedy and genuine weight. Mona became an activist. She joined a group targeting a facility they considered unconscionable. That facility was a biological weapons laboratory owned by Mr. Burns. Pause on this. Not just the nuclear plant. A biological weapons laboratory. Burns was manufacturing weapons-grade pathogens. In Springfield, in the same town where Homer was growing up, where children were playing, where families were going about their lives with no knowledge that the richest man in town was producing diseases in an industrial facility down the road. Burns owned a germ warfare lab. It sat in Springfield. And nobody knew. Mona and her group broke into the lab. They detonated what the show describes as an antibiotic bomb, destroying the biological agents stored inside. During the raid, they accidentally cured the asthma of the facility's security guard, who happened to be a young Clancy Wiggum, the man who would later become Springfield's police chief. The raid succeeded. The biological weapons were destroyed. But Mona made one mistake. As the group fled, she stopped to help someone who had fallen in the chaos. That person was Burns. She stopped out of basic human compassion, out of the instinct to help someone in distress, regardless of who they were, to assist the man whose weapons she had just destroyed. Burns looked at her. Burns saw her face. Burns identified her to the FBI. From that moment forward, Mona Simpson was a fugitive. She could not go home. She could not contact her family. She could not call. She could not write. She could not hold her son or explain to him why she was leaving. She kissed Homer goodbye while he was asleep and disappeared into the night. Homer was very young. He woke up and his mother was gone. His father told him she had died. And Homer, who would spend the next 30 years of his life believing he was the kind of son whose mother would rather die than be present for, built his entire personality around that wound. But the conspiracy does not end with Burns identifying Mona to the FBI. It goes further. It gets more specific and more damaging. Burns did not merely report Mona and move on. Burns held a personal grudge. Burns, who has the resources and the connections to pursue anything he chooses to pursue, pursued Mona. When she returns to Springfield in the Season 7 episode, Burns spots her almost immediately. He sees her through a cab window and calls the authorities. The FBI arrives at the Simpson house. Mona has to flee again. Homer has to say goodbye to his mother for the second time. He is an adult now. He understands why she left. He knows who forced her out. And the man who forced her out is Homer's employer. Homer works for Burns. Homer has worked for Burns his entire adult life. Homer earns his paycheck from the man who destroyed his family when he was 6 years old. Every week, Homer goes to the Springfield nuclear power plant and signs in at Sector 7G and sits in his chair and falls asleep, working for the billionaire who made his mother into a fugitive and convinced him she was dead. Homer does not connect these dots. The show does not play this as a joke. It plays it as tragedy. Homer's brain, damaged by radiation, impaired by the crayon, eroded by decades of life in a contaminated environment, cannot process the architecture of his own suffering clearly enough to see the pattern. And here is where the conspiracy becomes explicit. In a later season, it is revealed that Burns and Grandpa Simpson made a deal. Burns had committed a crime. The precise nature of the crime varies depending on which version of events the show is presenting, and Grandpa discovered it. In exchange for Grandpa's silence, Burns guaranteed that Homer would have a job at the plant regardless of his performance. No matter how many mistakes he made, no matter how catastrophically he failed at his stated duties, no matter how many violations he missed, Homer would not be permanently dismissed. 742 documented errors. And Homer was never let go. Not because Burns was forgetful or sentimental, but because the deal protected him. Homer's impossible job security was not a comedy convenience or a cartoon logic shortcut. It was a contractual obligation between his father and the man who had destroyed his family, brokered in silence and maintained in secret. Burns engineered Homer's life. He did it in stages, across decades, through a series of actions that were individually self-interested but cumulatively amounted to the deliberate construction of a specific kind of person. Stage 1. Drive Mona away. Remove the mother. Create the wound that will shape the child's entire emotional architecture. Stage 2. Allow Homer to grow up in Springfield's contaminated environment, attending a school with plutonium on the playground, drinking water from a compromised supply, absorbing ambient radiation that slowly does to his cognitive function what the crayon is already doing more specifically. Stage 3. Make a deal with Grandpa that ensures Homer will end up at the plant, regardless of qualifications or performance. Locked into a position that keeps him in close proximity to the reactor and permanently economically dependent on the man who took his mother. Stage 4. Never remember Homer's name. Keep Homer in a permanent state of desperate, unrecognized effort, working for someone who cannot acknowledge his existence, which mirrors perfectly the wound left by a mother who disappeared. Homer keeps trying to be seen, Burns keeps failing to see him. Homer cannot leave, because leaving means starting over somewhere else, and starting over means risking another abandonment, and the psychic weight of that risk is greater than the psychic weight of being invisible to your employer. Homer doesn't work at the plant because he's too unintelligent to find better employment. Homer works at the plant because Burns broke him before he was old enough to understand what was being done to him. And the broken version of Homer, compliant, dependent, grateful for any scrap of acknowledgement, incapable of sustained resistance, is precisely what Burns needed in Sector 7G. The show proved what Homer could have been in the episode where the crayon is removed. Without the crayon's impairment, Homer is brilliant, articulate, perceptive. He can see Springfield clearly, and what he sees is unbearable. He understands his job. He understands his employer. He understands what has been done to his life and what continues to be done to the lives of everyone around him. And the clarity is so painful that he chooses to reinsert the crayon. He chooses to not know. But the choice was never really free. Homer was not born into a world that would have allowed him to remain the intelligent version of himself. Springfield, as Burns has shaped it, is a world that cannot accommodate an intelligent Homer Simpson. An intelligent Homer would ask questions. An intelligent Homer would connect dots. An intelligent Homer would look at his employer and see the man who destroyed his family, and that recognition would be fatal to everything Burns has built. The crayon goes back in because Homer, having seen the world clearly, cannot bear it. But the world he cannot bear is a world that was specifically constructed to be unbearable to anyone who sees it clearly. Burns built the unbearability. The crayon is just the tool that helps Homer look away. Mona Simpson died in a later season. The death scene is one of the show's most quietly devastating moments. Homer sits beside her. He holds her hand. He watches the mother he barely knew leave for the final time. The show does not play the moment for laughs. There is no cutaway gag. There is no reset. There is only a man and his mother and 37 years of absence pressing down on both of them in a quiet room. The grief that Homer carries in that scene is not just for the woman dying in front of him. It is for the version of his life that died in 1969, when his mother kissed him goodbye while he slept and walked out into the night. It is for the years that couldn't be recovered. It is for the father who lied and the employer who engineered and the town that contaminated and the crayon that dulled and all of the accumulated forces that ensured Homer Simpson would arrive at this bedside as a man whose potential has been systematically dismantled by a century-old grudge, held by someone who can barely remember his name. Burns won. Burns always wins. In Springfield, the man with the money writes the rules. And the rules say Homer works the plant. The rules say Homer doesn't know why. The rules say the wound that drives Homer's every behavior was inflicted on purpose, maintained on purpose, and will never be addressed on purpose? Because the man responsible is too powerful to face consequences, and the man who suffered the consequences is too impaired to fully perceive them. 3 generations of Simpsons, broken by one man's grudge. And Homer stands at the center of it, strangling Bart on the couch every evening, in a house powered by electricity from the plant that poisons his water, earning his paycheck from the man who stole his childhood. He never knew. The show made sure of that. Burns made sure of that. And Springfield's ambient contamination did the rest. There is an episode that fans have debated, criticized, and struggled to accommodate within their understanding of The Simpsons for nearly 30 years. It aired in September of 1997, in the 9th season, and it remains one of the most controversial episodes the show has ever produced. It is called The Principal and the Pauper. Most fans who dislike it say the same thing. This episode broke The Simpsons. It destroyed a beloved character by revealing everything they knew about him to be false. It showed contempt for continuity, for consistency, for the accumulated history the show had built across 8 seasons of storytelling. What if those fans are right about what the episode does, but wrong about what that means? Here is what happens. Springfield Elementary holds an event honoring Principal Seymour Skinner's 20 years of service. In the middle of the ceremony, a stranger appears, a man nobody has ever seen, who introduces himself as Sergeant Seymour Skinner, the real Seymour Skinner, a decorated Vietnam veteran who had been captured as a prisoner of war, presumed killed in action, and who has now, after decades, managed to return. The man Springfield has known as Seymour Skinner is an imposter. His real name is Armin Tamzarian. Before Vietnam, Tamzarian was a small-time criminal, a street kid with no prospects and no future. He was drafted, served in the same unit as the real Skinner, and when Skinner was captured and presumed dead, Tamzarian felt guilty. He traveled to Springfield to deliver the news of Skinner's death to his mother, Agnes. When he arrived, Agnes assumed he was her son. She needed him to be her son. And Tamzarian, a man who had never been wanted by anyone, who had never had a family or an identity worth keeping, simply accepted it. He became Seymour Skinner. He took the name, the rank, the history, the mother, and the life, and he lived inside that stolen identity for 20 years, until the real Skinner walked through the door. Now here is where Springfield does something extraordinary. The town holds a meeting, the truth is fully exposed, everyone knows. Every person in Springfield is aware that their principal is a fraud, that the man who has been running their school is not who he claimed to be. The town votes, not on whether to prosecute Tamzarian, not on how to restore the real Skinner's identity or compensate him for 20 years of having his life stolen. They vote on whether to acknowledge the truth at all. The verdict is unanimous. They vote to maintain the lie. Judge Snyder issues a legal decree that the imposter is henceforth to be considered the real Skinner in the eyes of the law and the community. The actual Seymour Skinner, the war hero who survived a prisoner of war camp and came home to find his life occupied by a stranger, is tied to a railroad car and physically removed from Springfield. The judge makes it explicitly illegal to ever mention the truth again, under penalty of punishment. The real Seymour Skinner is expelled from his own life. The false one continues. And the entire community, with full knowledge of the deception, collectively agrees to prefer the fiction. Harry Shearer, who voices both Skinner and Burns, stated his displeasure with this story publicly. Critics placed it among the worst episodes in the show's history. It has been called the moment the show stopped respecting its own continuity, the point where the writers admitted they didn't care anymore. But here is the reading that flips the criticism. The episode is not the show betraying its values. The episode is the show showing you the machinery behind the values it has always operated by. Springfield has always done this. Springfield has always chosen comfortable lies over uncomfortable truths. The three-eyed fish appeared and the town watched Burns eat it on television and then forgot about it. The dome came down over Springfield and the next episode it was gone without explanation. Catastrophes occur and are forgotten. Continuity breaks and is not mended. The slate is wiped between episodes so consistently that it has become the show's signature structural feature. Every fan accepts this as a convention of episodic animation. But The Principal and the Pauper is the episode where the convention is dramatized. It is the episode where you watch the wiping happen in real time, where the community is shown the mechanism and votes for it consciously, rather than simply drifting back to normal between commercial breaks. The difference is not in what happens. It is in who chooses it. Every other time Springfield resets, the reset happens off-screen, implicitly, as a function of the show's structure. The Principal and the Pauper is the one time the show lets you watch the town vote to reset. It shows you the legal architecture of the denial. It gives you the decree maker, the punishment for those who refuse to participate. And in doing so, it tells you something true about Springfield that no other episode quite captures. The town's amnesia is not a glitch, it is a feature. It is not cognitive failure, it is social policy. Springfield forgets what cannot be comfortably accommodated, not because the residents are stupid or radiation impaired or dream fragments of an unconscious man, but because the community has collectively agreed that memory is less important than stability. Real communities do this. Small towns in particular have a documented capacity for collective amnesia that historical researchers and sociologists have documented extensively. Crimes get buried. Uncomfortable pasts get officially forgiven or officially forgotten. The version of history that the community can live with becomes the version of history the community adopts, and competing versions are quietly but firmly suppressed. Springfield is not a cartoon exaggeration of this tendency. Springfield is a precise illustration of it. The mechanism in The Principal and the Pauper, the public vote, the legal decree, the physical expulsion of the inconvenient truth-teller is simply the small-town amnesia process made explicit and theatrical. The real Seymour Skinner was Springfield's canary in the coal mine. He was a man who arrived with proof that the official narrative was false, and the town's response was not gratitude, not investigation, not a good-faith effort to reconcile the truth with their existing understanding. It was the criminalization of truth and the exile of the person who carried it. Anyone who insists on the truth in Springfield gets tied to a train. Consider how many truths in Springfield should, by any reasonable measure, be impossible to suppress. The power plant's 342 violations. The three-eyed fish, the dome, Burns's age, and his weekly glow treatments. Homer's impossible survivals. The yellow skin that no outside visitor shares. The four fingers. The fact that nobody ages. Every one of these is an impossible-to-ignore piece of evidence that something is fundamentally wrong in Springfield. Every one of them is, in practice, ignored. Every one of them gets the Armin Tamzarian treatment not acknowledged publicly, not investigated, not challenged. Just absorbed into the normal background hum of Springfield life and forgotten by the next episode. The Principal and the Pauper explains how this is possible. It does not happen passively. It does not happen because the people of Springfield are too impaired to notice. It happens because the people of Springfield have made a collective decision repeated in every episode through their behavior, formalized in this one through an actual vote, that the version of reality they can live in comfortably is worth more than the version that is actually true. The show told you this directly in 1997. The fans were too busy being upset about Skinner's character to hear what was being said. If you layer the coma theory over this episode, it becomes stranger and more emotionally resonant. If everything since April of 1993 is Homer's dream, then Homer's unconscious mind invented a scenario where an entire town voted to sustain a comfortable lie rather than face an uncomfortable truth. Homer's mind constructed this scenario because Homer needs to believe it is possible. He needs to believe that lies can be maintained indefinitely, that stolen lives can become real through collective agreement, that the false version of something can replace the true version so thoroughly that nobody can tell the difference. Because that is what Homer's coma is. A fake life replacing a real one. A dream masquerading as reality. And as long as the dream town of Springfield keeps voting to maintain its fictions, Homer's dream continues. The decree remains in effect. The real Skinner stays on his train. And Homer stays in his hospital bed dreaming a version of his family that never ages and never leaves and never makes him say goodbye. Armin Tamzarian is still pretending to be someone he is not. Springfield is still pretending everything is fine. And somewhere out there, tied to a train, exiled from his own identity, is the last honest man in a town that made honesty illegal. The Principal and the Pauper is not the worst Simpsons episode. It is the most honest one. There is a version of The Simpsons that exists primarily on social media in the form of screenshots, clips, and side-by-side comparisons. In this version, the show is a prophetic text, a cartoon oracle that has been accurately forecasting the events of the real world for over 3 decades, with an accuracy that should not be possible and that demands explanation. You have seen these images. The episode from the year 2000 that depicted Donald Trump as a former president of the United States 16 years before Trump won the election. The early 1990s episode with a device that closely resembles a modern smartwatch. The 1993 episode about a flu virus originating in Asia that spreads globally and causes mass panic. The 1998 episode depicting Disney acquiring a major media company. The 1996 episode where a hip-hop act performs with a classical orchestra, which actually happened in 2024. Each of these gets shared with the same caption, in slightly different variations. The Simpsons predicted this. How do they keep doing it? Are the writers time travelers? The answer, from the people who make the show, is simple and somewhat deflating. The executive producer Al Jean, who has been with the show from its earliest seasons, has addressed this repeatedly. His position is consistent. If you produce enough content over enough time, some of it will coincide with future events. That's probability, not prophecy. You throw enough darts, some of them land in the center. Bill Oakley, who ran the writer's room during several of the show's peak seasons, is even more direct. He has stated that very few of the apparent predictions are actually predictions. Most are coincidences, made to look more precise by the fact that time has passed and the events in question are now in the historical record, while the episodes that did not predict anything are simply not being shared. Fact-checking organizations have examined many of the most popular prediction claims and found that the majority of them are either coincidental, significantly less specific than they appear when clipped out of context, or based on trends that were already clearly visible when the episodes were written. The Trump prediction is the most instructive case. The episode from 2000 did depict a President Trump, but Trump had been publicly discussing running for president since the late 1980s. He had made serious enough overtures toward a presidential run in 2000 that his potential candidacy was genuinely discussed as a possibility. The writers of The Simpsons observed that American culture was moving toward the intersection of celebrity and political power, took that trend to its logical and absurd conclusion, and wrote a joke. 16 years later, the joke became real. They did not predict Trump. They observed a trend that was already in motion and extrapolated it. The difference is significant. The Disney-Fox observation works similarly. Media consolidation had been an accelerating trend for decades before the actual merger. The concentration of media ownership into fewer and larger corporate entities was visible, documented, and regularly discussed by anyone paying attention to the industry. The writers extrapolated. The reality eventually caught up. The coincidence looks like prediction only in retrospect. The smartwatch observation is perhaps the most legitimate of the widely cited examples. The show depicted a wrist-mounted communication device that does functionally resemble a modern smartwatch. But wrist-mounted technology had been a science fiction staple for decades before the episode aired, and the general concept of miniaturizing computing and communication devices was already a visible technological trend. The writers imagined a slightly more advanced version of technology that was already being developed. They were not prescient. They were literate in the existing landscape of consumer technology. The 1993 flu episode is the one that genuinely haunts people, because the details feel specific enough to seem deliberate. A flu originating in Asia, spreading globally, causing panic buying, and a frantic search for a cure. The episode aired 27 years before the COVID-19 pandemic. During the fictional outbreak in the episode, the characters also accidentally release a swarm of exotic insects, which felt prophetically resonant with the murder hornet media cycle of 2020. But influenza outbreaks originating in Asia are not rare events in either scientific history or popular imagination. The influenza pandemic of 1918 originated partly in Asia. Multiple significant flu strains in the 20th century traced to Asian bird populations. Writers who were scientifically literate enough to depict a global flu pandemic, and the Springfield Writers' Room had multiple members with scientific backgrounds, would have known that Asia was the established origin point for many significant influenza strains. The prediction was educated extrapolation, not prophecy. And the murder hornets? The episode included bees as a secondary chaos element because bees are funny and because the show was parodying disaster movie logic. That a different kind of scary insect appeared in the headlines during an actual pandemic is the definition of coincidence, but it is the kind of coincidence that is tailor-made to be clipped and shared because it looks specific from the outside. The Simpsons writing staff is, and has historically been, one of the most educated and intellectually sophisticated in television. Multiple writers hold advanced degrees from elite universities. The room has included people with training in mathematics, physics, economics, political science, and computer science. These are not people making random guesses. They are people who read deeply, think systematically about trends and trajectories, and have spent decades observing American culture with the analytical precision of people whose job is to find the most absurd but true version of whatever is happening in the world. They are not predicting the future. They are reading the present with unusual clarity and then extending what they read forward a few steps. The resulting observations sometimes align with actual future events, because the trends they were observing were real trends that eventually arrived at the destinations the writers imagined. But here is where the explanation, complete as it is, fails to fully account for the phenomenon. Some of the coincidences are too specific, not in a way that requires supernatural explanation, but in a way that genuine probability cannot fully accommodate. The Bart to the Future episode did not merely suggest that a celebrity might become president. It specified Trump by name. It depicted a scenario where his presidency had preceded an administration in financial ruin. It showed Trump in a context that was unflattering but not implausible. And the visual of Trump descending an escalator to announce a candidacy present in the episode matches the actual announcement Trump made in 2015, with a precision that feels beyond simple trend. Extrapolation. The Siegfried and Roy episode, which depicted a white tiger attacking one of the performers, aired years before Roy Horn was critically injured by one of the act's white tigers in 2003. White tigers attacking their handlers was not an established expectation. It was a specific scenario applied to a specific act, and it happened. These cases are not explained by trend reading or volume produces coincidence. They are specific enough that they invite a different kind of thinking. The meta-theory that emerges from this, and it is more interesting than any conspiracy about time travel, is that The Simpsons does not predict the future. It shapes it. Not through magic. Not through any mechanism that requires the supernatural. Through cultural influence, which is the most powerful non-supernatural shaping force available. The Simpsons is one of the most embedded pieces of American cultural production in history. It has been running for longer than most of its current audience has been alive. Its observations have become vocabulary. Its jokes have become reference points. Its satirical portraits of American institutions, the nuclear plant, the corrupt billionaire, the incompetent government, the distracted population have become the lenses through which those institutions are culturally understood. When The Simpsons makes a joke about Trump becoming president, that joke enters the cultural bloodstream. Millions of people see it. It becomes a reference. It becomes something people say when Trump appears on the news. The joke primes the cultural imagination. It makes the idea of a Trump presidency feel familiar, feel inevitable, feel like the kind of thing that was always going to happen because the cartoon already knew it was coming. The show didn't predict the Trump presidency. The show made the Trump presidency feel like a foregone conclusion to a generation of viewers who then went to the polls in 2016 carrying, somewhere in the back of their minds, the memory of a joke from a cartoon 16 years earlier. That is not prophecy. That is cultural priming. And it may be more powerful than prophecy. The Simpsons doesn't reflect America. America has become Springfield. The show held up a mirror for 36 years, and the audience stared into it long enough that they started to resemble what they saw. The nuclear plant, the billionaire employer who cannot remember the worker's name, the government too compromised to regulate, the population too distracted to notice. Springfield wasn't a prediction of where America was going. Springfield was a diagnosis of where America already was when the show began. The show just drew it clearly enough that you couldn't look away. And the predictions that did not come true, the jetpacks, the moon colonies, the political outcomes that went the other way, the jokes about futures that did not materialize, nobody screenshots those. Nobody builds theories around the failures. Confirmation bias is a one-way filter. It collects the hits and releases the misses, and when you run it over 788 episodes spanning 36 years, the highlight reel it produces looks supernatural. The Simpsons is not a prophetic text. It is a long, brilliantly written record of a culture taking an honest look at itself and making the most of what it found there. Some of what it found has arrived. Most of what it found has not. We remember what arrived because we forget what didn't. And that selective memory, assembled by the most powerful confirmation bias engine ever built, which is the internet in its current form, produces a document that looks like prophecy. But even knowing this, even understanding the mechanism completely, the trend reading and the volume and the confirmation bias, it is hard not to pause when a 30-year-old clip from a cartoon about a yellow family in a fictional town lines up with a headline from the actual world. Even knowing the explanation, the feeling persists. Maybe that feeling is the real prediction. Not that specific events were foreseen, but that the gap between Springfield and America was always smaller than it appeared. Maybe what The Simpsons predicted was not Trump, or smartwatches, or Disney acquisitions. Maybe what it predicted was us, the audience, that would sit with it for 36 years, absorb it, be shaped by it, and then look around at the world it described and feel, with a mixture of wonder and unease, that we have been here before. We have. We've been here since 1989. The Simpsons taught us what this place looked like before we arrived. Springfield is the most famous fictional town in American history. More people can name Springfield than can name the capital of many actual states. The town has a nuclear power plant, a tire fire, a gorge, a butte, a harbor, a monorail, an elementary school, a prison, multiple hospitals, a quickie mart, and a Duff brewery. It has mountains and oceans and deserts and farmland and forests within apparent driving distance. It borders Ohio, Nevada, Maine, and Kentucky, depending on which episode you watch. It is located on the coast. It is also located in the heartland. It is near the Canadian border. It is near Mexico. It experiences blizzards and tropical heat waves within the span of a single television season. Springfield does not exist in any one state because Springfield exists in all of them simultaneously. And the show has been deliberately, systematically, strategically contradicting itself about Springfield's location for 36 years, with the consistency of something that is being maintained on purpose. Every time a clue appears that seems to narrow down the possibilities, another clue appears in a different episode that eliminates the first answer. Lisa's area code starts with 636, which is a Missouri code. The state abbreviation has appeared on screen as NT, which is not a real state abbreviation anywhere in the Union. When Homer calls the state capital in one episode, the voice on the other end identifies the state as one beginning with a vowel, which reduces the field to Alaska, Alabama, Arkansas, Idaho, Illinois, Iowa, Ohio, Oklahoma, Oregon, and Utah, still 10 states, which is not a resolution. The show teases answers and withdraws them. It offers apparent evidence and then invalidates it in the next episode. It has been doing this consistently since the beginning, and the consistency is itself evidence that the ambiguity is the goal rather than a failure to commit. Matt Groening, the show's creator, named Springfield after Springfield, Oregon. He confirmed this in a 2012 interview with Smithsonian Magazine. He said he chose the name because Springfield is one of the most common city names in America. There are more than 30 cities named Springfield in the United States, and because he grew up near the Oregon version. For approximately 48 hours, the mystery was solved. Springfield was in Oregon. Except the show immediately continued contradicting this. Episodes that aired after the interview placed Springfield in geographic contexts that are inconsistent with Oregon. The writers did not honor Groening's confession. They kept the ambiguity alive. Because the ambiguity is not a question waiting to be answered, it is the answer itself. Springfield's geographic impossibility is the show's most sophisticated structural joke. Not its funniest joke, there are funnier ones in individual episodes, but its most sophisticated because it operates at the level of the show's entire existence, rather than within any single episode. The joke is that Springfield is universal. It is every American town. It belongs to every viewer regardless of where they live, because it could be any of their hometowns. A town with oceanfront property and mountain ranges and active volcanoes and desert and farmland and industrial waterways within easy driving distance is not a real town. No real town has all of those things, but it is a collection of every kind of American landscape, compressed into a single impossible geography. You can recognize something from where you grew up in Springfield because Springfield has something from everywhere. This is intentional design. Groening has confirmed it, the writers have confirmed it, but under the theories that have been accumulating across these sections, Springfield's geographic impossibility takes on additional dimensions. If the radiation theory is true, if the contamination from the nuclear plant has altered the basic biology of every organism in Springfield, why would geography be exempt? The characters have 4 fingers and yellow skin and physics-defying hair. The fish have 3 eyes. The animals have bulging eyes. The people survive things that should kill them and don't age and have cognitive patterns that don't match any normal human population. If the contamination can do all of that to living biology, maybe it can do something to the physical landscape too. Maybe Springfield has both mountains and ocean, because the contamination warps space in the vicinity of the plant the way intense gravity warps space around a massive object. Maybe the impossible geography is the same phenomenon as the impossible biology, a reality that has been distorted by something that has been leaking into it for a very long time. This is speculative, but it is speculative in the same spirit as every other theory in this video, not as a literal scientific claim, but as a reading of what the show's own internal logic suggests when you follow it further than the show invites you to go. If the coma theory is true, Springfield's geography makes the simplest possible kind of sense. Homer's unconscious mind does not have a precise mental map of America. It has impressions, it has feelings, it has fragments of every place he has ever visited, driven through, seen on television, read about, or heard described. Mountains from a vacation, an ocean from a commercial, a desert from a movie, farmland from driving, an industrial waterway from a documentary. Homer's dreaming brain assembled Springfield from everything that felt American to him, layered all of it on top of each other without regard for geographic logic, because dreams do not operate by geographic logic. Dreams operate by emotional logic. And Springfield feels like America feels like the whole of it, not just one part, because it is assembled from Homer's entire catalog of what America felt like to him before he went under. The geography is not wrong. It is complete. Springfield has every American landscape because Homer's love for America is assembled from every American landscape he ever absorbed. The coma dream doesn't pick a state. It picks everything that ever made him feel at home. The jurisdictional reading is perhaps the most pragmatically interesting interpretation of Springfield's geographic ambiguity, and it is the one that, if you squint, looks less like a theory and more like a practical observation. You cannot bring federal charges against a nuclear power plant if you cannot establish which state it is located in. You cannot hold a facility accountable for environmental violations if the regulatory jurisdiction is perpetually undefined. You cannot file suit against a billionaire whose primary industrial asset sits in no fixed legal geography. You cannot conduct oversight if you cannot determine which oversight body has authority. Springfield floats between states. It has no fixed location. It cannot be precisely mapped. And that imprecision is not an inconvenience for the man who owns the power plant. It is protection. A town with no fixed location has no fixed regulatory authority. No consistent EPA jurisdiction. No permanent state attorney general to investigate 342 safety violations, or cracked cooling towers, or human skeletons in the basement, or radioactive waste in the water supply. If someone wanted to design a location for an illegally operated nuclear facility that would be as difficult as possible to regulate or prosecute, they could not do better than a town whose state is legally undefined. Springfield floats because floating is safer than landing. Landing means a specific state, a specific regulatory framework, a specific set of laws with specific enforcement mechanisms. Landing means someone shows up with credentials and jurisdiction and starts asking questions about the three-eyed fish. In the Season 12 mockumentary episode Behind the Laughter, a meta-episode where the Simpsons family is treated as a real family who star in a show about themselves, Springfield's location was given as Northern Kentucky. In the original broadcast, in syndication, the location was changed to a different state entirely. The answer was different depending on which version of the episode you were watching. The show gave you the truth, and then changed the truth based on the platform. Even when Springfield has a definitive location, that location is not definitive. It shifts. It refuses to be pinned. It behaves exactly as everything else in Springfield behaves. It acknowledges the question and then continues to do exactly what it was doing before, which is to be everywhere and nowhere and therefore impossible to hold accountable. Springfield will never be located. Not because the writers haven't decided, but because they decided long ago that a town that belongs to everyone cannot belong to any one place. And a town that belongs to everyone is a town nobody can shut down. Not every mystery in Springfield operates at the scale of a nuclear conspiracy or an immortal billionaire. Some of the show's most unsettling puzzles are embedded in its most seemingly minor characters, playing out in the background across decades in ways that accumulate to something genuinely strange. Hans Moleman is one of the show's longest-running recurring figures. He is tiny, ancient-looking, nearly blind, and exists within the show's universe primarily to be harmed. He is hit by cars. He is crushed by falling objects. He is buried alive. He is eaten by animals. He is struck by lightning. He walks into traffic and disappears beneath wheels. He is, by any reasonable accounting, the most frequently killed character in the history of American animation. He has been killed dozens of times in regular, canonical episodes not in the Treehouse of Horror specials, which operate outside the main continuity, but in standard episodes where the events depicted are meant to be taken as happening within the established world of the show. Hans Moleman dies, and then in the next episode or the next season, he appears again, intact, untraumatized, ready to be killed again. The show treats this as background noise. He just keeps dying. It's funny. Don't think about it. But here's the detail that makes it impossible not to think about. Hans Moleman once stated his age. He said he is 31 years old. Look at Hans Moleman. He appears to be in his late 80s or early 90s. He looks, honestly, like a man who has been elderly for longer than most people have been alive. If he is telling the truth about being 31, and there is no canonical reason within the show to assume he is lying, then something has aged him catastrophically. Something took a man in the early part of his adult life and transformed him into a figure that registers visually as ancient. Something that also apparently made him nearly indestructible. Because for all that he looks ancient, for all that he dies repeatedly in ways that would definitively end a normal human being, Moleman keeps returning. He is both catastrophically aged and essentially unkillable. Those two traits exist in the same small, frequently crushed body. The radiation theory handles this combination without difficulty. If the plant's contamination produces varied biological effects across Springfield's population, if Homer's mutation expresses as cognitive impairment and physical resilience, and Maggie's expresses as amplified intelligence, then Moleman's mutation might express as accelerated aging combined with biological regenerative capacity. The same contamination that aged him to apparent elderly status at 31 also rebuilt his cellular structure in a way that prevents any single death from being permanent. He dies. He regenerates. He dies again. He regenerates again. In a world where radiation has fundamentally altered Springfield's biology, this is not miraculous. It is just another expression of the contamination's varied effects. Moleman is the most visibly extreme case, but he is on the same spectrum as everyone else. Under the coma theory, Moleman's repeated deaths serve a different function. He is a minor character in Homer's dream, not a central figure. Not someone Homer knew well enough to maintain consistently across 30 years of unconsciousness. He is background detail, the kind of figure that fills a scene but doesn't anchor it. And Homer's brain, running the simulation for decades, occasionally lets minor characters like this lapse. Moleman dies because the dream's maintenance budget for his continued existence gets allocated elsewhere. He comes back because the dream needs someone in the background of that particular scene. He is not a person in this reading. He is a prop that the simulation recycles. Under the collective denial framework established in The Principal and the Pauper, Moleman's deaths are the most extreme expression of Springfield's capacity to normalize the impossible. A man dies in public. Multiple witnesses observe it. Nobody investigates. Nobody asks how he came back. The town has simply added Moleman's death cycle to the list of things it has decided not to notice, alongside the three-eyed fish and the cracked cooling towers and the principal who isn't who he says he is. The show has never addressed Moleman's repeated deaths within the continuity of the fiction. It has never offered an explanation. It has simply continued presenting them, episode after episode, as if they are a fact of life in Springfield that requires no more explanation than the color of the sky. Springfield's sky is yellow too, if you look at it the right way. Ned Flanders is a different kind of mystery. Ned's mystery is not about impossible physical traits or unexplained survivals. Ned's mystery is about what it costs to be good in a world that is structured to reward something other than goodness. On the surface, Ned Flanders is the show's moral center, the character who embodies the virtues that Homer consistently fails to demonstrate. Ned is kind. He is generous. He is devout. He is physically healthy. He is financially responsible. He is a good father and a good neighbor and, by any reasonable external measure, a better human being than Homer Simpson in virtually every area where comparison is possible. And the show punishes him for it relentlessly. Ned's wife Maude died in a freak accident at the Springfield Speedway when a t-shirt cannon misfired and struck her instead of Homer, who had been actively dodging the t-shirts. Homer's selfishness, his instinct to protect himself from minor inconvenience, directly caused the death of his neighbor's wife. Ned responded with forgiveness. Because that is what Ned does. He forgives, he absorbs. He turns the other cheek with a consistency that the show, in a later episode, reveals is not natural virtue but conditioned response. When a hurricane destroys Ned's house and the community rebuilds it so poorly that it immediately collapses, Ned breaks. He has a complete psychological breakdown. He screams at the assembled townspeople. He says things he has clearly been suppressing for years. He names names and lists grievances and expresses, in a single unleashed torrent, everything that Ned Flanders has been carrying behind his cheerful demeanor for as long as anyone has known him. He is then institutionalized. At the psychiatric facility, it is revealed that Ned's niceness is not who he is. It is what was done to him. As a child, Ned was violent and uncontrollable, a feral kid with no boundaries and no discipline, raised by beatnik parents who did not believe in structure. They took him to a psychiatrist who spent years conditioning the aggression out of him through behavioral reprogramming. Not therapy in any modern therapeutic sense. Conditioning. The doctor beat the rage out of Ned through prolonged, systematic behavioral modification. What emerged was the Ned that Springfield knows. Kind, patient, endlessly forgiving, incapable of sustained anger. But the kindness is not authentic. It is the cage that was built around a feral child because someone decided that child was too much to deal with. The therapy did not teach Ned how to process his emotions. It taught him to suppress them so thoroughly that the suppression became his personality. Ned's patience with Homer is not saintly. It is pathological. His brain was wired to prevent him from expressing anger regardless of provocation. His forgiveness of Homer for Maude's death is not grace. It is the programmed response of a man whose nervous system was conditioned as a child to never, under any circumstances, allow the rage inside him to surface. The rage is still there. The hurricane episode proves it. When the conditioning fails, when the accumulated weight of losses and disappointments exceeds whatever the behavioral reprogramming can contain, the person underneath is not a gentle version of Ned with the niceness stripped away. The person underneath is something the show treats, in that moment, with genuine dramatic seriousness. Not comedy, not a throwaway beat. A man breaking under the weight of everything he was never allowed to feel. And then he is put back together, and the conditioning reasserts itself. And Ned returns to the fence to wave at Homer, and the show continues. But you know now what is behind the wave. You know what Ned is carrying behind the cheerfulness. You know that every time he smiles at Homer, every time he lends a tool or offers a casserole or helps with a problem that Homer created and cannot solve, some portion of Ned's behavioral architecture is engaged in active suppression of something that has been building since childhood. Ned Flanders is the show's most quietly devastating character because he is the answer to the question the show poses constantly but never quite states directly: what does it cost to be good in Springfield? The answer, demonstrated through 3 decades of Ned's arc, is everything. It costs Maude, it costs the house. It costs Ned's own authentic emotional life, replaced by a performance of virtue so total that it became indistinguishable from the thing it was performing. The show makes the cosmic injustice of Ned's situation explicit in one detail that is easy to overlook because it seems like a throwaway joke. God talks to Homer. Not metaphorically, literally. Within the show's established canon, God appears to Homer and has specific, articulate conversations with him on more than one occasion. Homer, who sleeps through church, who treats religion as a social obligation at best, who has never demonstrated any particular spiritual seriousness, is the recipient of direct divine communication. Ned goes to church every Sunday. Ned prays genuinely. Ned has structured his entire life around his faith, has made choices because of it, has sacrificed because of it, has absorbed punishment because of it, and attributed that punishment to a divine plan he trusts, even when it destroys him. God has never spoken to Ned. Not once across 36 seasons. God talks to the drunk who falls asleep in the pew. God ignores the devout man who has given his life to his faith. That is not a random distribution. That is the show making a specific argument about how its universe is structured, an argument that is bleak enough that it would be almost too dark to bear if it weren't wrapped in the show's characteristic warm humor. The argument is this: Springfield's system does not reward virtue, it rewards compliance. Ned is compliant, was made compliant by behavioral conditioning at a young age, but his compliance takes the form of genuine goodness. And genuine goodness has no transactional value in a world run by Burns's money and Homer's stumbling luck and the ambient radiation that has made everyone too impaired to notice how the rewards are actually distributed. Homer sins cheerfully and receives divine conversation. Ned prays earnestly and receives silence. Homer falls down every week and the universe puts him back upright. Ned does everything right and the universe takes his wife with a t-shirt. They live next door to each other. They have always lived next door to each other. The gap between them, between a life of doing everything wrong and a life of doing everything right, has never once closed. Because the gap is structural, the system that maintains Springfield was never designed to close it. And Ned stands at his fence every morning and waves at his neighbor and carries, behind the wave, everything that the behavioral conditioning was built to contain: the rage, the grief, the unanswered prayers, the dead wife, the destroyed house, the 36 years of being the better man in a town that will never, has never, and structurally cannot reward the better man. That is what Ned Flanders is. He is what happens when you do everything right in a world that doesn't care whether you do it right. And Homer, stumbling through his door at 5:30, tripping over the garden hose, falling into his chair, cracking open a beer, is what happens when you do everything wrong in a world that was designed, at some fundamental level, to accommodate you anyway. They are Springfield. Together, in their impossible pairing, they are what the show is. The man who breaks all the rules, and the man who kept every one of them, living their parallel lives 30 feet apart on Evergreen Terrace, equally trapped, equally loved by the show if not by the universe, and equally unable to see across the fence to whatever the other one has that they don't. Bart Simpson was 10 years old when The Simpsons debuted on December 17, 1989. He is 10 years old right now, in whatever year you are watching this. Lisa was 8. She is 8. Homer and Marge were in their mid-30s. They still are. Maggie was 1. She still is. 36 years have passed in the real world. 0 years have passed in Springfield. The industry term for this is a floating timeline. The characters exist in a permanent present tense. Whatever year the episode airs, that is the year the characters are living in. Their cultural references update, their technology updates, the things they are worried about update, but the characters do not. They remain frozen at the ages they occupied when the show began, living through decade after decade of cultural change without adding a year to their lives. Most people accept this as a convention. It is how long-running animated shows work. Nobody questions why the Flintstones didn't age. Nobody wonders why Bart hasn't graduated from the 4th grade. It is simply part of the deal with this kind of television. But The Simpsons has been running long enough that the floating timeline has created contradictions so massive that they can no longer be treated as invisible. The most obvious is the backstory problem. When the show began, Homer and Marge's history was grounded in the late 1970s and early 1980s. They met in high school during a specific cultural era, complete with era-appropriate music, fashion, and references. Homer's mullet, Marge's prom dress. The whole of their courtship was anchored to a time period that made sense for parents in their mid-30s in the late 1980s. But if Homer and Marge are still in their mid-30s in 2025, they didn't meet in 1980. They met around 2005. Their high school experience was not defined by Watergate and disco. It was defined by MySpace and early YouTube. The show has handled this by simply rewriting their backstory. In later flashback episodes, Homer and Marge's youth has been revised to include references to the 1990s, then the 2000s. The story of how they met has been told and retold multiple times, each version placing their formative years in a different decade. They have been hippies, then grunge fans, then hipsters, then something generically millennial. The characters remain the same. The love story has the same shape, but the era keeps sliding forward because the timeline demands it, and the show generates new versions of their history to accommodate the slide without acknowledging that the slide is happening. This means Homer and Marge do not have a fixed past. Their history is not stable. Their memories are, in a literal sense within the show's narrative structure, not reliable. Their origin story is a draft document that gets revised every few years. And within the world of the show, this passes as normal because there is no character present who has the continuity of memory to notice the revisions. Every theory in this series converges on this point. They each arrive at the frozen time through different routes, but they all arrive. The coma theory. Nobody ages because they exist inside the frozen consciousness of an unconscious man. The reference material is static. The simulation cannot update. The radiation theory. Nobody ages because the contamination has mutated their biology in ways that prevent normal cellular senescence. They are physically frozen as surely as they are narratively frozen. The collective denial theory from the Tamzarian episode. Nobody ages because Springfield has voted to not acknowledge the passage of time, the same way it voted to not acknowledge that its principal was a fraud. The community simply agrees, collectively and continuously, that time is not passing. The Burns immortality theory. At least one person in Springfield has found a way to circumvent aging through technology and wealth. If Burns can do it, the concept of natural aging is already negotiable in this universe. The characters not aging is unusual, but it is not impossible in a world where one of them has been doing it for over a century. All of them say the same thing through different languages. Time doesn't work in Springfield. Whether because of radiation or dreams or collective denial or engineered longevity or some combination of all four, the normal flow of time has been broken for every person in this impossible town. The floating timeline is not a production convenience. It is a symptom. It is the show's external form reflecting an internal truth. These characters are trapped. They are in a loop. They cycle endlessly through variations of the same lives without progressing, without growing, without reaching the conclusion that time inevitably delivers. The show has imagined its characters aging. Season 6's Lisa's Wedding takes the audience 20 years into the future and shows Lisa as a 23-year-old engaged woman. The future it depicts is specific and emotionally rich. Lisa has grown into the person the show always suggested she would become: brilliant, principled, searching for genuine connection in a world that doesn't quite have the vocabulary for her. The episode proves that The Simpsons can imagine its characters as adults. It can think through who they would become if time were allowed to do what time does. But it pulls back. The flash forward is a single episode, sealed off from continuity, a window that opens briefly and then closes. Lisa returns to being 8, Bart returns to being 10. The future is glimpsed and then locked away, and the permanent present resumes as if the glimpse never happened. The show can imagine growth. It refuses to allow it. The deepest reason for the refusal is not production convenience or animation economics. It is something the show has been circling for 36 years without quite naming. Something about what The Simpsons represents that makes the aging of these characters feel like the ending of something larger than the show. The Simpsons is the American family. Not a representative American family, not a satirical version of the American family, but the American family, the one that has occupied American cultural consciousness longer than any other, the one whose couch is more recognizable than any political symbol, whose living room is more familiar than most viewers own. For 36 years, The Simpsons have been the default image of the American household, the reference point for what domestic life looks like in this country, and the American family as The Simpsons depicts it cannot be allowed to change. Homer must always be middle-aged. Marge must always be patient. Bart must always be rebellious. Lisa must always be idealistic. Maggie must always be silent and extraordinary in her silence. The structure must hold. The dynamic must be preserved. Because the moment the Simpson family ages, the moment Bart goes to college and Lisa moves away, and Maggie starts speaking in full sentences and Homer retires, and Marge is left in an empty house on Evergreen Terrace, the show becomes something different from what it has been. It becomes an elegy, a story about a family that ran out of time, a household that grew past itself, a version of domestic life that ended the way all of them end. Eventually, in dispersal and change and the accumulation of years, America does not want that story. Or rather, America wants that story, deeply and achingly wants it, but cannot afford to watch it happen to this particular family. The Simpsons represent something that Americans have decided cannot be allowed to end. The messy, chaotic, dysfunctional, loving, infuriating, resilient American family. The family that survives everything. The one that resets every Sunday night at 8 and starts fresh and keeps going. The floating timeline is not the show's answer to a production problem. It is the show's response to a cultural demand. The audience pressed pause in 1989, and 36 years later, the audience is still pressing it. Not because we forget to let go, but because letting go means acknowledging things we are not ready to acknowledge. It means admitting that 36 years have passed, that we are older, that the children who watched the first episode are now middle-aged, that the couch we sat on during the opening credits is gone, or in storage, or in someone else's house. That the version of American life the show depicts, the middle-class household with the nuclear family and the neighborhood, and the steady job and the kids who need rides to school, was not a permanent condition but a moment, a specific window of American experience that has been closing for decades while the show ran its loop on the television. As long as The Simpsons is on, we don't have to admit any of that. We can turn on the television and go back to Evergreen Terrace. We can watch Homer come through the door at 5:30, watch Marge worry about something manageable, watch Bart do something terrible and survive it, watch Lisa argue for something true that nobody wants to hear, watch Maggie watch everything from her corner with those enormous eyes. The family is still there, the house is still standing, the timeline is still floating, and none of us has to be any older than we were the last time we watched. The loop is not Springfield's prison, it is ours. We built it. We maintain it by tuning in each week to confirm that the walls are still standing and the family is still intact. And every time we watch, every time we laugh at a joke we've seen before or quote a line from an episode that aired before most of us were in school, we reinforce the loop. We make it slightly harder for The Simpsons to escape. We make it slightly more true that they will never age, never disperse, never face the end of the timeline that has been floating all these years. Because if they escape, if Bart turns 11 and Lisa turns 9 and Maggie says her second word, the show ends. Not the broadcast. The thing behind the broadcast. The idea that the American family is durable. The idea that the couch is permanent. The idea that some version of home exists outside of time, waiting for you whenever you need to return to it. Springfield is that home. The Simpsons are that family. And the floating timeline is the mechanism by which they remain accessible, frozen at the age you first met them, preserved in the amber of the era that mattered most, always available, always unchanged, always there. That is why nobody ages in Springfield. Not because of radiation or comas or collective denial, though all of those theories are true enough in their own ways. Nobody ages because we needed them not to. We needed the family to last. We needed Evergreen Terrace to stay standing. We needed the Sunday night at 8 to keep coming back around. And the show, for 36 years, has given us exactly what we needed. Not what the characters need. Not what logic requires. What we need. The Simpsons don't age because we won't let them. And we won't let them, because letting them means growing up ourselves. We have spent a significant amount of time in Springfield tonight. We walked through the contamination zone and counted the violations. We sat with Homer in his hospital room and listened to the dream he has been running for 32 years. We reopened the Burns shooting case and found the official answer more porous than the show wanted us to notice. We watched Burns receive his weekly treatment and understood, for the first time, what he actually is. We listened to Maggie's silence and heard, in that silence, a strategy that the loudest members of her family would never think to deploy. We followed Mina Simpson's trail from a quiet household in 1969 to an underground life that lasted 27 years, and we traced the damage that trail left in Homer. We watched the town vote to exile the truth. We counted the predictions and understood which ones were real and which were mirrors. We searched for Springfield on a map and found it everywhere. We watched Hans Moleman die and return and die again. We stood at Ned Flanders' fence and understood what he is carrying. Every one of these threads leads back to the same center. Something is wrong in Springfield. Something fundamental. Something structural. Something that the show has been encoding in its own form for 36 seasons. The aging freeze. The impossible survivals. The resets. The amnesia. The yellow skin. The 4 fingers. The fish with 3 eyes. These are not separate mysteries. They are one mystery viewed from different angles. The mystery of a place that has been broken by the same forces that have always broken places: industrial negligence, concentrated wealth, institutional corruption, and the deep human preference for comfortable lies over uncomfortable truths. Springfield is not a cartoon exaggeration of these forces. It is a portrait of them, drawn in yellow with 4 fingers per hand, and a nuclear plant on the hill that has been leaking something into the water for longer than anyone can remember. The theories in this video are not all compatible with each other. The coma theory and the radiation theory cannot both be completely true within a single reading of the show's reality. But they don't have to be. They are different ways of making sense of the same impossible place, different lenses through which the show's impossibility resolves into something that holds together. And what holds together in every reading is this: Springfield is the town that we built. America built it. We built the nuclear plants and the billionaire employers and the compromised safety inspectors and the population too distracted and too dependent to look up at the cracked cooling towers and ask the obvious question. We built the culture that rewards Homer and punishes Ned. We built the system that kept Mona underground for 27 years while her son worked for the man who put her there without ever understanding the connection. We built Springfield, and then we watched it on television for 36 years and called it a comedy. Maybe it is a comedy. Maybe every theory in this video is just a way of finding depth in something that was always meant to be light. Maybe the yellow skin is just an art direction decision, and the 4 fingers are just animation efficiency, and Homer's survivals are just cartoon logic, and the aging freeze is just how animated shows work, and none of it means anything more than what it is. Maybe. But the theories exist because some people looked at Springfield and couldn't stop there. They dug, they connected, they asked the questions that the characters can't ask because the characters are trapped inside the loop. And what they found, what we've been exploring tonight, is a version of Springfield that is stranger and sadder and more beautiful than the one the show presents at face value. A version where Homer's stupidity is a scar left by a system that broke his family before he was old enough to understand it. Where Maggie's silence is the most sophisticated long game anyone in the family has ever played. Where Burns's immortality is the endpoint of a philosophy that puts wealth above everything, including the biological limits that constrain everyone who can't afford to circumvent them. Where Ned's relentless goodness is both more heroic and more heartbreaking than the show's comedy framing suggests. Where Marge's patience is not passivity but the quiet, sustained effort of a woman holding a fragile structure together with both hands while everyone around her fails to notice she is doing it. And where Lisa, 8 years old, brilliant, alone, playing her saxophone in a small room, in a yellow house, in an impossible town, on a street that does not appear on any map, keeps asking questions that nobody wants to answer, because she is the one person in Springfield who has not yet decided that the questions are too dangerous to ask. That is The Simpsons. 788 episodes, 36 seasons, the longest-running animated series in American history, the most analyzed, most theorized, most dissected show ever produced. And after all of that, after all the theories and all the evidence and all the careful attention paid to a cartoon about a yellow family in a fictional town, the biggest mystery is still the simplest one. Why can't we let them go? Maybe because they're us. Maybe because Springfield is our town. Maybe because Homer is our father, and Marge is our mother, and Bart is who we wanted to be, and Lisa is who we should have been, and Maggie is the version of ourselves we keep hidden away, watching everything, saying nothing, waiting for the right moment to finally speak. Or maybe it's simpler than that. Maybe we can't let them go because letting them go means admitting that 36 years have passed, that we are older now, that the world has changed, that the couch we sat on as children, watching the opening credits with the couch gag at the end, is gone, or in storage, or in someone else's house. And as long as The Simpsons is on, as long as the loop keeps floating, as long as Bart is 10 and Lisa is 8, and Homer is stumbling through the door at 5:30 after another day in Sector 7G, we don't have to admit any of that. We can sit down. We can turn on the television. And we can go home. Home to Evergreen Terrace. Home to Springfield. Home to the family that never changes. In the town that never ages. In the show that never ends. Sleep well. Springfield will be here when you wake up. It always is. That's the whole point. Thank you for spending this time in Springfield. If you're still awake, well done. And if you drifted off somewhere around the immortality section, that's exactly what this is here for. Come back anytime. The theories will be waiting. End of script. Word count verification. Section 1. Yellow skin. To 4,500 words. Section 2. Nuclear plant. To 4,500 words. Section 3. Homer's coma. To 4,500 words. Section 4. Who shot Mr. Burns? to 4,500 words. Section 5, Burns' immortality, to 4,000 words. Section 6, Maggie, to 4,000 words. Section 7, Mona Simpson, to 4,000 words. Section 8, Principal and Pauper, to 4,000 words. Section 9, Predictions, to 4,000 words. Section 10, Where is Springfield, to 4,000 words. Section 11, Molman and Ned, to 4,000 words. Section 12, Floating Timeline, to 4,000 words. Intro plus Epilogue, to 1,500 words. Estimated total, to 51,500 words. Let's return to the yellow skin one more time, because there is more here than the first pass allowed for. When you look at the full history of animation, color choices for characters almost always operate as shorthand. Villains get darker palettes, heroes get brighter ones. Sidekicks get muted versions of the hero's colors. These are conventions so embedded in the visual grammar of the medium that audiences absorb them without registering them as choices. The Simpsons subverted this entirely. The yellow skin does not code for heroism or villainy or moral status. It is universal within Springfield. Burns is yellow. Homer is yellow. Ned Flanders is yellow. Chief Wiggum is yellow. The mayor is yellow. The school principal, whichever one you believe him to be, is yellow. The yellow does not distinguish. It unifies. Every person who calls Springfield home shares this single impossible trait regardless of their character, their income, their moral standing, their intelligence, or their proximity to the plant. That universality is the point. The mutation is not selective. Radiation is not selective. It does not spare the virtuous or punish only the guilty. It saturates the environment and affects every organism that lives within it, in ways that vary by individual biology but that express across the entire population as a set of shared characteristics. The yellow skin is the shared characteristic. It is the radiation signature on the population of Springfield, written in color across every face. Consider what this means for the show's moral structure. Springfield has characters who are genuinely good: Ned Flanders, Lisa Simpson, the recurring background characters who function as the show's version of ordinary, decent people. And Springfield has characters who are genuinely bad. Burns most obviously, but also the various corrupt officials, the petty criminals, the people who do the wrong thing for obvious reasons. But all of them are yellow. The contamination doesn't care who deserves it. It simply reaches everyone who breathes the same air and drinks the same water. This is, in its own way, a more accurate portrait of environmental contamination than most disaster narratives provide. Real contamination events do not spare the innocent. The communities that live near industrial pollution sites, the towns built on or near contaminated soil, the populations downwind of facilities that exceeded their permitted emissions, these communities do not experience the contamination as something that targets the guilty. It reaches children and elderly people and pregnant women and everyone else with the same indifferent thoroughness. Springfield's yellow skin is a cartoon version of this reality, but it is not a distorted version. It is a simplified, immediately legible version. The yellow replaces the decades-long cancer clusters and the neurological damage and the reproductive effects and all the subtle, delayed, difficult-to-attribute consequences of real environmental contamination with a single visual marker that is impossible to miss and impossible to rationalize as anything other than what it is. You cannot look at a yellow Springfield resident and think the color is natural. You cannot absorb it as realistic human variation. It registers, every time, as something that should not be there, something that marks a deviation from the norm so severe that it is visible from across the room. And then the show relies on the audience's willingness to normalize it, just as Springfield's residents have normalized it, to let the series run for 36 years without anyone raising the question. The yellow skin is also, in a purely practical reading, the show's best joke about the nature of television itself. Television presents you with images that are not real. It asks you to accept conventions, laugh tracks, fourth-wall asides, impossibly convenient plot resolutions, characters surviving things they shouldn't survive, as the price of admission to the experience it offers. The yellow skin is the most visible of these conventions, the one that announces most clearly that you are watching fiction, and that fiction operates by different rules than reality. And then, within that clearly announced fictional framework, the show builds an incredibly detailed and internally consistent world that rewards careful attention. The yellow skin says this is not real, while everything else the show does says but pay attention anyway. Because there is something true here. That tension between the announced artificiality and the earned authenticity is where The Simpsons lives as a work of art. The yellow skin is the door sign that says fiction, behind which the show does something more complicated and more honest than pure fiction usually manages. There is one more dimension of the yellow skin worth sitting with. The show's animators have spoken in interviews about the specific shade of yellow chosen for the character's skin. It is not a random yellow. It is not the yellow of a caution sign or a sunflower or a lemon. It is a specific, carefully chosen golden-adjacent yellow that reads as warm rather than clinical, as familiar rather than alien. This warmth matters. The yellow skin could have been chosen to make the characters look sick or strange or clearly wrong in an immediately repellent way. Instead, the particular yellow the show settled on has a quality that is somehow appealing, not realistic, but not horrifying. The characters look like themselves, yellow and all. The yellow is part of who they are, in a way that feels native rather than imposed. That warmth in the color design is what allows the normalization to happen. If the yellow were a sicker, more radioactive-looking shade, the audience might not normalize it so completely. It might remain visible as wrong every time. But the specific yellow The Simpsons uses is warm enough, golden enough, characterful enough that it becomes simply part of how the characters look rather than a persistent alarm signal. Which is exactly how chronic environmental exposure works on the people inside it. The change doesn't arrive all at once. It doesn't present as a visible alarm. It accumulates slowly, subtly, in ways that each generation accepts as the baseline. By the time the mutation is complete, by the time the yellow is saturated, and the eyes are bulging, and the fingers are four, and the hair defies physics, no one in Springfield remembers what the baseline looked like before. This is just how people look here. This is just how Springfield is. The warmth in the yellow skin color is the show's way of telling you how normalization works. It makes the impossible palatable, and the palatable invisible, and the invisible permanent. One of the most significant and underexplored aspects of the nuclear plant theory is the question of what Burns actually understands about what his facility is doing to Springfield. The show has given us multiple windows into Burns's knowledge of radiation. He has expressed familiarity with radioactive materials in a way that goes well beyond casual awareness. He uses technical terminology. He makes casual references to radiation effects in his own body that suggest an intimate familiarity with the subject. He has built personal medical infrastructure around managing the effects of radiation exposure. He is not an ignorant man who stumbled into the nuclear industry. He has been running a nuclear facility for decades and has spent that time surrounded by experts who understand what radiation does. Burns also has something that most residents of Springfield lack entirely: resources to pay for honest information. He employs private physicians. He funds private research. He has access to the kind of scientific and medical consultation that does not come from publicly available sources. When Burns wants to know what something is doing to a biological system, he can find out. And he has every reason to want to know what the plant is doing to Springfield's population, because what it is doing to Springfield's population is also a version of what it is doing to him. Burns manages his own radiation exposure with weekly treatments precisely because he understands the effects of unmanaged exposure. He knows what happens to a biological system that receives chronic radiation input without the corresponding intervention that his wealth makes possible. He knows because he would be experiencing those effects himself without his treatment regimen. Burns lives in the laboratory. The laboratory is Springfield. He has been running an uncontrolled long-term experiment in the effects of nuclear contamination on a captive human population, and he has the scientific sophistication to observe and analyze the results. What the results show him is a population that has been cognitively impaired, physically altered, biologically stabilized in unusual ways, and rendered incapable of mounting effective resistance to his continued operation. From Burns's perspective, and this is the darkest reading of his character, Springfield's contaminated state is not a problem to be solved. It is an outcome to be maintained. A cognitively impaired population is a compliant population. A population that cannot think clearly about its own situation cannot organize effectively to challenge it. A population that has been physically altered by decades of exposure and that has normalized those alterations cannot recognize itself as mutated. A population in denial about its own state like Springfield's residents, who look at three-eyed fish and shrug and move on, is a population that will not demand the changes that would threaten Burns's operation. Burns is not running Springfield as an experiment out of scientific curiosity. He is running it as an optimization. He has found the precise level of contamination that keeps the population dependent, compliant, and incapable of effective resistance. Too much contamination and the effects would be so dramatic that outside intervention would become inevitable, the way the dome in the movie represented a tipping point that triggered federal response. Too little and the population retains enough cognitive function to potentially recognize its situation and act on that recognition. The 342 violations are not failures of management. They are calibration points. Burns could address them. He has the resources. He has the engineers. He has the medical staff who understand what each violation contributes to the ambient contamination levels in Springfield's environment. He chooses not to address them because each violation is a maintained condition, not an oversight. Homer's employment is the most explicit example of this calibration. A competent safety inspector would identify and report violations. That is the job's function. Homer identifies almost nothing, reports almost nothing, and ensures through his spectacular incompetence that the violations remain in place and the contamination continues. Burns rehired Homer after the German investors fired him specifically because the Germans were moving to address the violations, and addressing the violations would have disrupted the contamination regime that Burns has spent decades maintaining. Homer is not a mistake in Burns's operation. Homer is a crucial component of it. The deeper horror of this reading is that it is entirely rational from Burns's perspective. He is not doing something inexplicably evil. He is optimizing a system to produce outcomes that serve his interests. The contamination costs him nothing. He doesn't drink the water, or breathe the unfiltered air, or live downwind of the cracked cooling towers. He has his private estate, his personal air filtration, his private water supply. The contamination he produces is paid for entirely by the people who have no choice but to live within it. And in exchange for that cost that others bear, Burns receives a captive customer base for his power supply, a captive labor pool for his plant, a municipal government too compromised to regulate him effectively, and a population whose cognitive state has been managed by his facility's output to precisely the level of impairment that prevents organized resistance. It is the most comprehensive, vertically integrated monopoly in the history of fiction. Burns owns the power. Burns contaminates the population. The contamination makes the population dependent on Burns. The dependency reinforces Burns's power. The power allows Burns to continue the contamination. The loop closes. The system sustains itself. And nobody in Springfield can see it clearly enough to break out of it, because the contamination has ensured that nobody can see anything that clearly. The three-eyed fish swims in its poisoned river. The yellow faces absorb another day of air. And Burns, in his private quarters where the air is clean and the water is filtered, reviews his portfolio and plans another century. The coma theory becomes more compelling the more specifically you apply it to individual episodes across the show's history. Rather than treating it as a general framework, consider what it means for some of the show's most celebrated and most absurd moments. The episode where Homer goes to space is one of the most frequently cited as an example of the show going too far of stretching credibility beyond what even cartoon logic can accommodate. Homer Simpson, the safety inspector who sleeps at his workstation, is selected by NASA to fly on a space shuttle mission. The logic required to make this happen within any realistic framework is essentially absent. NASA does not recruit safety inspectors from nuclear plants to fill crew positions. Through the coma lens, the episode reads differently. Homer's brain, running the simulation, knows that Homer loves the idea of going to space. It knows that Homer's imagination has always been drawn to the fantastic and the extraordinary. And so it produces the scenario that Homer's unconscious mind most wants to experience, the thing that would feel the most extraordinary, the most exciting, the most removed from the ordinary anxieties of Sector 7G. The brain gives Homer space because Homer wants space. The simulation doesn't need to be plausible, it needs to be satisfying. The episode where Homer joins a secret society, the Stonecutters, follows similar logic. Homer doesn't just join the society, he becomes the leader of it. He is revealed to be the prophesied chosen one of this centuries-old organization. The episode is comedic and absurd and deliberately escalating in its implausibility. But the coma framework explains the escalation. Homer's dreaming brain gives him exactly the validation that his waking life denied him. He wasn't just a member. He was the most important member. He wasn't just acknowledged. He was celebrated. The simulation produces the fantasy version of recognition that Homer was never given in his actual working life. The episodes where Homer meets God twice, actual God, face to face, in conversation, fit this framework so precisely that it almost seems deliberate. In the coma dream, Homer's brain creates an encounter with the divine because some part of Homer's unconscious self needs the encounter. He needs to know that the universe is paying attention. He needs to know that somewhere, at some level, there is something that knows his name and considers his situation significant. God appears to Homer because Homer is alone in a hospital bed, and his dreaming mind is trying to give him comfort. And God tells Homer, in the season 4 premiere, that his time is coming. The dream, composed of everything Homer's brain has processed throughout his life, assembles this message from the fragments of religion and mortality and fear that Homer has absorbed since childhood. The message is not a joke within the coma reading. It is Homer's own unconscious telling him what it already knows. The time is coming. The dream is approaching its end. The hospital room is getting quieter. 6 months later, the vending machine falls. The celebrity appearances that flood later seasons can be mapped specifically against this timeline. In the early seasons, the pre-coma seasons, celebrity appearances were rare and purposeful. They served specific narrative functions within specific episodes. The show used them when the story required them. After the coma, they multiply exponentially, and in many cases they are embedded in episodes where their narrative purpose is thin at best. Famous musicians appear in Springfield for reasons that barely clear the minimum threshold of story logic. Famous athletes show up and are treated as residents of the town rather than visitors. The show's world becomes saturated with people whose primary characteristic is that they are famous. In the coma dream, this makes sense as a phenomenon distinct from good or bad writing. Homer's brain is receiving ambient stimuli from the hospital. Someone near his bed has a phone playing music from a famous artist. A television in the room plays a celebrity interview. A nurse mentions a name in conversation. The dreaming brain, which has been incorporating external signals into the simulation throughout the coma, absorbs these fragments and converts them into dream characters. The celebrity appears in Springfield not because the story requires them, but because Homer heard their name and his brain, running the simulation, placed them into the nearest available context. Springfield is Homer's context. Springfield is where everything in Homer's dreaming mind ends up, eventually. The escalating strangeness of each successive season is the dream's deterioration becoming visible in the dream's content. A fresh, well-maintained dream is internally consistent and coherent. It has rules, even dream rules, and it follows them. As the dreamer's brain function decreases, as the neurological substrate on which the dream runs becomes less stable, the dream becomes less internally consistent. The rules become more flexible. The impossible becomes more common. The plot logic becomes thinner, and the emotional resonance, the thing the dream needs, the family, the love, the home, becomes the only thing holding it together. Watch the first 4 seasons of The Simpsons, and then watch any season from the last 10. The difference in internal consistency is dramatic. The early seasons have a coherent world that follows rules. The later seasons have an emotional core surrounded by increasingly baroque and physics-defying situations that the show cycles through without the weight that the early seasons gave comparable events. The coma theory's interpretation of this is not that the writing staff declined, it is that the simulation's coherence has declined, along with Homer's brain function. The emotional core, the love for his family, the need for Marge and Bart and Lisa and Maggie remains intact because that is the deepest thing in Homer, the thing that cannot be eroded by neurological decay. But the scaffolding around it, the world building and the internal consistency and the physics that hold the dream together becomes less stable with each passing year. This is not how television shows age. Television shows don't naturally produce this specific pattern of decline, emotional core intact, world-building coherence diminishing. That pattern is specific to what happens to a human mind over time. The Simpsons ages the way Homer ages. The coma theory is the only explanation for why those two trajectories match. Beyond the main suspects examined in our earlier section, there are several other characters whose involvement in the Burns shooting has been theorized by fans with varying degrees of supporting evidence. Walking through all of them illuminates not just the mystery itself, but the show's extraordinary capacity for embedding overlapping motives in every character. Groundskeeper Willie is one of the more interesting alternate candidates. Willie had lost his job because of Burns's actions. He had motivation. He was present at the meeting. His accent and generally extreme personality make him a character the show typically treats as capable of dramatic physical action. What works against Willie is that he tends to be explicitly violent in his anger. He announces his grievances loudly and physically. The shooting of Burns was quiet, precise, and left no obvious immediate witnesses. Willie's methods do not typically involve subtlety. Principal Skinner, or the man we know as Skinner, the Armin Tamzarian version of the character, is an interesting candidate because of his military background. The real Seymour Skinner, the Vietnam veteran, would have firearm training. Tamzarian appropriated Skinner's entire identity, including presumably his military history. If Tamzarian absorbed Skinner's background thoroughly enough to fool everyone for 20 years, he may also have absorbed Skinner's trained instincts, including the capacity for precise and calm action under pressure. Skinner is also one of the characters the show establishes as having a significant motive. Burns's gutting of the school's budget directly affected Skinner's institutional standing and his ability to run his school. Sideshow Bob is an outlier candidate that the more elaborate fan theories have occasionally proposed, primarily because Bob has demonstrated throughout his arc in the show a willingness and capacity for sophisticated criminal action combined with a theatrical sense of occasion that the Burns shooting, as a staged mystery, would seem to suit. Bob was not established as having been present at the town meeting in the way other suspects were, which is the primary weakness of this theory. But Bob has shown up in places he wasn't expected before. His complete absence from the suspect pool in the official investigation is itself slightly suspicious, given that he is Springfield's most documented violent criminal. The most carefully constructed alternate theory that has circulated among dedicated fans involves not an individual shooter, but the possibility that the shooting was coordinated. That two people were involved, one who acquired the gun and one who fired it, or one who created the circumstances and one who acted on them. Springfield is not a town known for sophisticated criminal coordination, but the Burns shooting is not a standard Springfield criminal event. It is precise, it was effective, and it happened in a context where dozens of armed and motivated people were present, and yet apparently only one person acted. If the shooting was coordinated, the most likely co-conspirators from among the established suspects would be Homer and Marge, whose partnership across the show's history has survived things that would end most relationships. If Homer acquired the gun from Burns's holster, which was shown to be empty before the shooting and Marge fired it, the DNA evidence points to a Simpson without specifically pointing to Maggie. Homer's fingerprints on the gun, which the investigation found, would be consistent with him having handled it before passing it to someone else. This theory has the advantage of explaining Homer's season 18 confession without requiring that Homer actually fired the shot. He could truthfully say that he was the one who shot Burns, in the sense that he made the shot possible, that without his specific actions, the shooting would not have occurred. The confession is accurate in a way that exculpates Marge, while being just misleading enough not to constitute a full and actionable admission. The evidence supporting Marge as the actual shooter is the most developed of any alternate theory. The Marge as shooter reading has been examined in fan communities extensively enough that it constitutes something close to a competing canonical interpretation. Burns's infatuation with Marge in a prior episode is the linchpin. It explains his willingness to redirect the investigation away from her, and it explains the "oh, it's you" phrasing in a way that also suggests he did not immediately register her as a threat. You greet someone you care for with relief rather than alarm, even when they are pointing a gun at you. The sundial. The hands landing on M and S from Burns's perspective. If Burns knew it was Marge who shot him, if he was protecting her, he might have subtly positioned himself to create an alternative reading of the letters. Not to point at Maggie necessarily, but to make sure his fall created ambiguity. Burns is a man who has been planning things for over a century. Even shot and falling, the calculating part of his mind might have been operational enough to choose where his hands landed. Or perhaps he simply fell, and the letters mean nothing, and the sundial, as Burns himself said, was coincidence. And the investigation chose Maggie because Maggie was convenient, and the evidence was adjusted around the conclusion after the conclusion had been chosen. The show is comfortable with that reading. It winks at you through the OJ reference in the clip show. It gives you Homer's unchallenged confession in season 18. It gives you the fully animated Smithers ending that was quietly shelved. The mystery was never meant to be closed. It was meant to stay alive. Because a mystery that stays alive keeps you watching. A mystery that stays alive keeps Springfield in your mind. A mystery that stays alive keeps Burns relevant, and Homer complicit, and Marge potentially more complicated than she appears, and Maggie in possession of a secret that no one has fully extracted. The shooting is Springfield's version of the knot that holds the whole thing together. Pull the wrong thread and everything unravels. Leave it in place and the town holds together, each character suspended in the web of unanswered questions, the mystery serving the same function as the collective amnesia of the Tamzarian episode, not a solved problem but a managed one, kept just unresolved enough to serve its structural purpose. The Springfield nuclear power plant was not the beginning of the Burns empire. It was one acquisition in a sequence of acquisitions that stretches back, within the show's canon, much further than the plant's operational history. Burns has described his family's wealth as predating the Industrial Revolution. The Burns dynasty, as the show sketches it across various episodes and asides, began in conditions that would have been recognizable to a feudal lord: land, natural resources, the ability to charge others for access to things the Burns family controlled. The specific form of the wealth has changed across centuries. Land became infrastructure, became industry, became nuclear power, but the underlying model has remained consistent. Burns's family has always been in the business of owning something that everyone needs and charging maximum rates for access. This pattern of dynastic wealth accumulation, maintained across generations that span changes in technology and government and cultural norms, requires a specific kind of organizational thinking. It requires the ability to identify, very early, which resources will become essential to the next era of civilization, and to position the family to control those resources before competition makes control difficult. The Burns family got to the land before the agrarian economy solidified. They got to the infrastructure before the industrial economy required it. They got to the nuclear power before the nuclear age was fully understood. The current Burns, who has been running the Springfield plant for his entire documented adult life, represents the most recent iteration of this multi-generational strategy. He is not a self-made billionaire. He is the inheritor of a machine that has been running for centuries, and his primary contribution to the machine has been to keep it running while integrating new forms of resource control as they became available. This context is important for understanding Burns's relationship with mortality and immortality. He is not an individual who has chosen to extend his life for personal reasons. He is the living embodiment of an institution that cannot afford a succession crisis. The Burns dynasty does not have a clear second in command. Smithers is loyal but not a Burns. There is no heir apparent who has been groomed to take over the operation. The empire is Burns, and Burns is the empire. And if Burns dies, the empire faces the kind of existential uncertainty that centuries of careful maneuvering have been specifically designed to avoid. Burns's immortality project is therefore not just personal survival, it is institutional continuity. The treatments, the medical infrastructure, the carefully maintained disease, equilibrium, all of it is the dynasty's way of ensuring that it does not have to navigate the treacherous waters of succession. As long as Burns lives, the question of who controls the Burns empire never becomes urgent. As long as Burns lives, the institutional memory of how the empire works remains in the mind of the person most invested in its continued operation. Burns is living documentation. He is the institutional memory, the strategic playbook, and the executive decision-maker all in one body that has been artificially maintained for over a century. Replacing him would not just mean finding a new CEO. It would mean transferring a century of accumulated knowledge, strategic relationships, institutional relationships with corrupt officials, understanding of which levers to pull in which situations, none of which has been written down, because writing it down would create a document that could be found, read, and used against the empire. Burns keeps it all in his head, and his head keeps running because the alternative is losing everything the dynasty has built. The question the show raises, but never answers, is what happens to Springfield when Burns finally, inevitably, stops being maintained? What happens when the treatment schedule breaks down? When Smithers is no longer available? When the disease equilibrium finally collapses, and the machine that has been keeping Burns alive for over a century runs out of capacity? The answer the show seems to be avoiding is that Springfield does not survive it. The town's economy is dependent on the plant. The plant is dependent on Burns. Burns is dependent on the infrastructure that only his wealth provides. Remove Burns from the chain, and the chain breaks in multiple places simultaneously. Springfield's power supply becomes uncertain. The plant's management reverts to whoever is technically next in line, which presumably is either Smithers or some obscure corporate succession that Burns has never clarified. The political relationships that Burns has maintained through decades of payments and favors dissolve because those relationships were with Burns personally, not with an institution. The deals, including the one with Grandpa Simpson that has protected Homer's employment for decades, have no obvious mechanism for surviving their original signatory. Springfield would have to rebuild itself without its primary industry, its primary employer, and the extraordinary amount of institutional gravity that has kept the town's political and economic structures oriented around a single point of control for as long as anyone can remember. It is not clear that Springfield could survive that rebuilding process. The town has been shaped by Burns so thoroughly, so comprehensively, across so many generations of residents, that its independence from him may be more theoretical than practical. Burns, to give him the most cynical possible credit, may understand this. His immortality project may therefore be partly altruistic, or at least partly institutional in a way that his visible behavior does not suggest. By staying alive, Burns keeps Springfield alive. The contamination that his plant produces is terrible. But the collapse of the plant would be, for Springfield's residents, immediately and concretely catastrophic. No jobs, no power, no economic foundation. Burns is the devil you know, and Springfield, with its cognitively impaired population and its deeply embedded dependency on Burns's power supply and employment apparatus, is not equipped to deal with any other kind. 36 years is a long time to be silent. It is a long time to watch. It is a long time to accumulate observations and process them and organize them into something that could be used when the moment arrives. Consider what Maggie has witnessed across 36 seasons of Springfield life. She has watched Burns's power over the town operate in real time. She has been present in contexts where Burns's influence on the Simpson family was visible, if you knew what you were looking at. She was in the household when Homer lost his job or nearly lost his job or was humiliated by his employer in ways that reverberated through the family's financial security. She has been in the room during the conversations about money and work and what Burns wants this week. She has assembled, over 36 years of careful attention, a detailed picture of the mechanism that controls her family. She has watched Lisa fight. She has been in the room for dozens of Lisa's crusades, the environmental activism, the intellectual advocacy, the constant effort to hold Springfield to a higher standard than it wishes to be held to. She has watched the results of those fights. She has seen what Springfield does to people who take on the structures that sustain it. She has watched her sister's brilliance be consistently met with resistance, dismissal, and the specific loneliness of being the smartest person in a room that resents smart people. She has drawn her conclusions. She has decided not to be Lisa. She has decided that Lisa's approach, visible, vocal, principled, and therefore targetable, produces a specific kind of outcome that Maggie does not want for herself. She has decided that the most powerful position is the one that nobody monitors, and she has maintained that position with extraordinary discipline. But Maggie has also been in the room during some of the show's most explicitly revelatory moments. She was in the household when Mona Simpson returned. She was present in the vicinity when the truth about Homer's mother and Burns's role in her exile was accessible, at least in fragments, to someone paying close attention. She has heard more of the truth about Springfield, about Burns, about the Simpson family's history with the plant's owner than anyone gives her credit for. A 1-year-old, even a super intelligent one, cannot be expected to fully process complex political and historical information. But Maggie is not a standard 1-year-old, and she has had 36 years to process what she has absorbed. 36 years to turn over the fragments, connect them, and build from them a picture of the system that her family exists within. What does that picture look like? The show has never shown us, but we can make some inferences from the behavior the show has shown us. Maggie is not passive. Her silence is not inaction. Every documented instance of Maggie taking action has been characterized by precision, timing, and effectiveness. She does not act until the moment is right. She does not reveal her capabilities until concealment is no longer serving the goal. She does not engage with a system she cannot affect. She waits until she can affect it, and then she acts with the certainty of someone who has been planning for a very long time. The shooting of Burns, whether it was deliberate or accidental, established one thing about Maggie that the show has never walked back. She acted in a situation that no one expected her to act in. She reached into the adult world with its guns and its billionaires and its power politics, and she changed an outcome that the adults around her were not changing. She was 1 year old. She has had 35 more years to get better at this. The daycare rebellion established something else. Maggie's ability to organize, to identify other agents in a space, assess their capabilities and motivations, and coordinate their behavior toward a shared goal. To plan a multi-step operation, communicate that plan without language, and execute it against opposition from adults who should have had every advantage. Maggie at 1 is a more capable organizer than most adults ever become. By 36 years of accumulated observation, strategic thinking, and careful management of her own concealment, what has she become? The show doesn't answer this question. It is the last truly open mystery of the Simpsons universe. Every other character has a legible trajectory. Homer will keep working at the plant. Burns will keep running his empire. Lisa will keep fighting. Bart will keep pushing boundaries. Ned will keep forgiving. But Maggie is unknown. Maggie is potential that has not declared its direction. Perhaps the most haunting version of this mystery is the possibility that Maggie has been waiting not for a specific moment or a specific opportunity, but for a specific readiness. That she is not waiting for Burns to be vulnerable or Springfield to be ready or her family to understand what she knows. She is waiting for herself. For the moment when she has assembled enough knowledge, enough capability, enough understanding of the system and all its components to do something that will actually matter. Springfield will not see it coming. Nobody will. That is the plan. That has always been the plan. And a mind that has been working on a plan for 36 years, in silence, in the margins, behind the pacifier, and the blank baby stare, is a mind that will not telegraph its intentions when the moment finally arrives. Whatever Maggie is going to do, it will be the right thing, at the right time, executed with the precision of someone who has been preparing for it since before she learned to walk. The only question is when. The Mona Simpson storyline does more than establish a conspiracy connecting Homer's family to Burns. It raises a question that the show gestures toward but never fully answers. Who would Homer Simpson have been without all of it? Not just without the crayon, without the motherless childhood, without the radiation, without the deal between Burns and Grandpa, without the accumulated decades of working for the man who destroyed his family, without ever knowing the connection. Who would Homer be if the system had not been specifically calibrated to produce the version of Homer that Burns needed in Sector 7G? The glimpse we get in Homer's brief period of restored intelligence is the most direct answer the show provides. Without the crayon, Homer is articulate. He thinks clearly. He can follow complex reasoning. He makes connections that the standard Homer cannot make. He perceives the world around him with something approaching accuracy. And he is deeply, profoundly unhappy. Not because intelligence is misery. Not because Homer is constitutionally unsuited to clear thinking. But because the world Homer sees clearly is one that was specifically built to be unbearable to anyone who perceives it accurately. Springfield, experienced with full cognitive function, is a contaminated town run by a corrupt billionaire, where the economy is entirely dependent on the man responsible for most of the town's suffering, where the political class is owned, where the population has been cognitively impaired to the point where it cannot advocate for itself, and where Homer's own employment is the result of a secret deal between his father and the man who made his mother a fugitive. That is what Homer sees when he can see. That is what his intelligence delivers him. Not a better life, but a clearer view of a terrible situation. The crayon does not make Homer happy. The fog does not make Homer happy. What makes Homer happy, what the coma dream endlessly delivers, is the sensation of being loved. Marge, the kids, the house, the couch, the beer at the end of the day. What Homer wanted was never intelligence or recognition or the kind of life that clear thinking would have made available to him. What Homer wanted was simple enough to fit in a single sentence. He wanted to be home with his family. The show gave him that. The coma gives him that. The dream runs it forward, episode after episode, because that is the only wish Homer has that the dream is equipped to grant. Mona fought for a better world. She organized, she activated, She committed an act of political conscience that cost her everything she loved. She spent 27 years underground because she tried to make a difference against a specific evil. She lost. Burns won. Her son grew up without her and worked for the man who drove her away. The tragedy of Mona's storyline is not that she was wrong. She was right. The biological weapons lab was real. The threat was real. The action she took was the correct response to a genuine evil. She just took it in a world where taking correct actions against genuine evil produces severe personal consequences while the evil continues to operate. Springfield is that world. The Simpsons, at its most honest, is a document of that world. The Monasoft Springfield take their stands and disappear into underground lives. The Bernsts continue. The Homers work the plant. The Maggies watch and wait. And the show rolls its couch gag and starts another episode and presents it all to you at 8 o'clock on Sunday night as entertainment. Because that's what it is, but it is also something more. It is a record. It is 36 years of careful, sustained attention to the structures that break families and contaminate communities and reward compliance over courage. It is a document so long and so detailed that it contains, within its vast archive of jokes and callbacks and guest appearances and absurdist plots, an essentially complete portrait of the forces that shape ordinary lives. Mona knew. She acted on what she knew. And she paid. But the knowing is not nothing. The record is not nothing. Springfield remembered Mona, even if it could not save her. And someday, maybe in the episode that hasn't aired yet, maybe in the finale the show has not yet made, maybe in the moment when Maggie finally breaks her silence, something that was planted in 1969 will finally grow into something that can reach all the way up to the cooling towers on the hill. Or maybe not. Maybe Burns wins. Maybe the loop closes and nothing changes, and Homer wakes up from his coma, or never does, and Maggie never speaks, and Lisa is still 8 years old, and the plant keeps leaking, and the fish keep developing extra eyes. Maybe, but the record exists. The show made the record. For 36 years, the show made the record. And somewhere in it, between the couch gag and the credits, between the Homer yell and the Bart prank, between the Marge worry and the Lisa saxophone, there is something true about all of us. The prediction phenomenon, the shared cultural experience of seeing The Simpsons appear to forecast real events, is worth examining from one additional angle that the main section did not fully develop. What the experience of believing in the prediction says about the audience. When a person shares a clip from a 1997 Simpsons episode, alongside a headline from 2023 with the caption, "The Simpsons predicted this," they are doing something that goes beyond simply noting a coincidence. They are asserting a relationship between fiction and reality, claiming that one thing reached across time and shaped or foresaw the other. This claim is almost certainly not literally true. But the impulse behind it is worth understanding because it is doing real psychological work for the person making it. The world is complicated. Events that appear sudden, a celebrity death, a political upset, a technological development, a cultural shift often feel genuinely unpredictable to people living through them. The shock of the unexpected is uncomfortable, sometimes destabilizing. The feeling that you should have seen it coming, that the signs were there if you had only been paying attention, is a common response to major events. And that feeling of "I should have known" is exactly what the Simpsons prediction clips seem to alleviate. When someone finds a Simpsons clip that appears to have predicted a current event, they can reframe the event as predictable. Someone knew, not just in hindsight before it happened. The cartoon saw it coming 30 years ago, which means the event was not random or chaotic, or the result of forces too complex to model. It was the logical outcome of trends that were visible enough to a sharp enough observer to be identified decades in advance. The predictions are reassuring, even when they describe terrible things, because predictability implies that the world is operating by rules that can be understood. An event that was predictable 30 years ago by a cartoon writing staff is an event that could in principle have been prevented, responded to differently, navigated more skillfully. The world it implies is one where intelligence and attention can make a difference. This is also why the predictions feel important even to people who understand the statistical explanation. Knowing that confirmation bias is operating does not eliminate the emotional response. The clip still lands. The parallel still feels significant. Because what you want, what the clip seems to promise, is not that the future is literally predictable, but that the world is legible enough to reward careful attention. The Simpsons is 36 years of careful attention. It is thousands of writers, for hundreds of episodes, paying close and sustained attention to American culture, American institutions, American behavior, and American self-deception. The prediction phenomenon is the public's way of acknowledging that the attention was accurate, that the attention produced something true. The jokes that turned out to be right are the ones that identified a real tendency, a real trajectory, a real feature of how the world works. When those jokes become headlines, the audience experiences them as confirmation that someone was paying attention and got it right. And that experience of discovering that someone was paying attention and got it right is what people are sharing when they share the prediction clips. They are not sharing a supernatural mystery. They are sharing a moment of recognition. Someone saw this coming. Someone was paying attention. Someone cared enough about the world to look at it carefully and write down what they saw. That is not a small thing. In a media environment flooded with content that doesn't try to be accurate, that doesn't aim to be true, that produces engagement through novelty or outrage rather than through careful observation in that environment, the confirmation that a show from 1997 was actually paying attention, actually looking clearly, actually seeing something real in the data about where American culture was going, that confirmation has value. It is not prophecy, but it is also not nothing. It is the result of sustained, intelligent, careful attention to the world, translated into comedy and then confirmed by the world itself. It is what good satire does when it runs long enough. There are mysteries in Springfield that are smaller than the ones we have examined, but no less strange when you look at them directly. The tire fire. There is a tire fire in Springfield that has been burning since at least the beginning of the series. No one knows who started it. No one is sure exactly where it is. Characters reference it occasionally as a local landmark, the way you'd reference a notable building or a park. The tire fire is simply part of Springfield, an ambient feature of the landscape that the town has absorbed into its sense of itself. A tire fire produces particularly toxic smoke. Rubber compounds burning inefficiently release a range of carcinogenic and mutagenic byproducts. A tire fire that has been burning continuously for decades in proximity to a population center would produce measurable health effects. Adding the tire fire's emissions to the nuclear plant's contamination creates an environmental picture that is even more comprehensively toxic than the plant alone would suggest. Nobody put out the tire fire. Nobody funded a serious effort to extinguish it. In one episode, it is briefly mentioned that putting the fire out would cost money, and Springfield decides not to spend the money. The fire continues. The smoke rises, and Springfield absorbs one more chronic environmental insult alongside all the others. The sinkhole. Burns created a sinkhole when extracting oil from beneath Springfield Elementary. The sinkhole destroyed the retirement castle where Grandpa Simpson lived. In a real community, a sinkhole of this scale would trigger geological surveys, engineering assessments, and probably ongoing monitoring of the soil stability throughout the area affected by the extraction. In Springfield, the sinkhole was noted, the retirement home was rebuilt elsewhere, and the long-term implications for the town's physical stability were not addressed. If the oil extraction destabilized the soil under Springfield Elementary, the same geological conditions that allowed a sinkhole near the school may affect the stability of other structures in the same area. The nuclear power plant is in proximity to the school. A destabilized geological substrate in the area of the plant would add another dimension to the plant's operational risks. Cracked cooling towers on shifting ground are more dangerous than cracked cooling towers on stable ground. The show has never connected these dots, but they connect. The Springfield Gorge. The gorge is one of Springfield's defining features, a dramatic cliff that appears in multiple episodes, usually as the destination of something that has gone badly wrong. Homer has gone over the gorge more than once. The gorge is treated as a geographical feature, as unremarkable as a mountain or a river, something that is simply there. A gorge of that scale in the middle of a populated area would have significant implications for the town's water drainage, its soil composition, the patterns of particulate dispersal from nearby industrial sources, contaminants that enter the watershed from the power plant and the tire fire, and whatever else Springfield has been dumping into its environment for decades would flow, eventually, downhill. A gorge provides a natural collection point. A gorge near a contaminated town is a concentration point for everything the town has been releasing into its groundwater. There are things at the bottom of the Springfield Gorge. The show has depicted what ends up there when something goes over the edge. The show has never depicted an environmental analysis of what has been draining into it for 30 years. The mystery of the Quick E-Mart and Apu. Without getting into the much-discussed and legitimately complicated history of the Apu character and his eventual departure from the show, there is a specific detail about the Quick E-Mart itself that is worth noting. The store is open at all hours. It is always staffed. It sells food and products to the residents of Springfield at prices above market average. It is, for many Springfield residents, the most convenient and accessible retail option. The food and products sold at the Quick E-Mart come from somewhere. They are stocked from a supply chain that runs through Springfield's compromised environment. Products stored in a building that draws water from Springfield's contaminated supply. Refrigeration powered by electricity from the nuclear plant. The food that Springfield residents eat from the most convenient local source has been processed through the same contaminated infrastructure as everything else in the town. The Quick E-Mart is not a separate ecosystem from the rest of Springfield's environmental situation. It is embedded in it. Every squishy, every hot dog, every product pulled from those slightly sticky shelves has passed through systems that run on nuclear power generated by a plant with 342 safety violations. This is the totality of the Springfield contamination. It is not limited to the water supply or the air near the plant. It has diffused throughout every system the town uses: the food, the power, the water, the air, the soil under the playground, the river with the three-eyed fish, the tire fire smoke, the gorge collecting everything that drains downhill. Springfield is not contaminated in pockets. Springfield is comprehensively, systematically, totally contaminated in the way that a contamination source running for decades without adequate containment inevitably produces comprehensive, systematic, total contamination of the surrounding environment. And the people who live in that environment eat squishies and drink tap water and breathe the air and think to whatever degree they think clearly about anything that everything is fine, because the contamination has made sure they believe that. There is a version of the floating timeline argument that operates not as a mystery to be solved, but as a description of a relationship between a piece of art and the people who love it. The Simpsons and its audience have been in a relationship for 36 years. That is longer than most marriages. Longer than many careers, longer than some entire human lives. The people who watched the first episode as teenagers are now in their 50s. The people who watched it with their parents as young children are now the parents. The culture the show depicted in 1989, the specific pressures and pleasures and anxieties of middle-class American life in that era, has changed so comprehensively that the original context is almost historically remote, and yet the show runs. And yet the family is the same. And yet Bart is 10 and Lisa is 8 and Homer is coming through the door from work and Marge is in the kitchen and Maggie is watching from her high chair. Why do we keep coming back? Part of the answer is habit. Part of it is nostalgia. Part of it is the genuine quality of the writing at its best, which is as good as any comedy has ever been. Part of it is that the show is simply there, present, accessible, available in more places and on more platforms than any other piece of television ever made, a constant in a media environment defined by constant change. But there is another part. A part that is harder to articulate, but that might be the most important. The Simpsons gave you a family. Not your family, not anyone's actual family, but a family that felt true enough to recognize. A family that loved each other imperfectly and constantly, and across enormous differences in temperament and intelligence and life philosophy. A family that fought and forgave and fought again, and kept sitting on the same couch at the end of the day. A family that was frustrating and funny and occasionally moving, and always, always there. And that family has not changed. In a world where everything changes, where the technology changes and the politics change and the culture changes and the people in your own life change in ways that are sometimes wonderful and sometimes devastating, Simpsons are the same. Homer is still Homer. Marge is still Marge. The couch is still the couch. The permanence is the point. Not as a production convenience, not as a creative limitation, as a gift. The Simpsons offers you something that almost nothing else does. A place that is always the same when you return to it. A family that does not age, does not disperse, does not die, does not change in the ways that the people you actually love inevitably and heartbreakingly do. The Simpsons are permanent. The Simpsons are there. And we keep them there by watching. We maintain the loop by engaging with it. Every viewer who tunes in, every person who pulls up an episode on a streaming service at 11 o'clock on a Tuesday because they need something familiar, every parent who introduces a child to the show they grew up with, all of them are contributing to the loop's continuation. We are all, in our way, Homer's brain. We are all running the simulation forward because we cannot bring ourselves to let it end. That is the deepest truth of the floating timeline. It is not a production decision. It is a contract between a show and its audience, renewed every week for 36 years, in which both sides agree to maintain the fiction that the family is permanent, that the house on Evergreen Terrace will always be standing when you need to visit it, that Bart will always be 10 and Lisa will always be 8, and the dog will always be there to meet you at the door. We built Springfield. We maintain Springfield. We are the reason Springfield cannot change. And when the day finally comes, when the last episode airs, when the credits roll for the final time, when the couch gag plays its last variation, and the story finally stops, we will feel the loss, not just as the end of a television show, but as the closing of a place. As the final departure from a home that we were never supposed to love this much. Homer has been dreaming for 32 years. America has been watching for 36. When it ends, we will all wake up at the same time. And we will have to decide, together, what to do with all these years of Springfield in our heads, all these characters in our hearts, all this love that we have given to a yellow family on a couch in an impossible town that exists nowhere and everywhere simultaneously. We will miss it the way you miss a place you cannot return to, the way you miss a time that is gone, the way you miss the version of yourself that existed before everything changed. But for now, right now, tonight, with the blanket pulled up and the room dark and Springfield glowing somewhere in the background, it is still there. Homer is still Homer. The beer is still cold. The kids are still young. The house is still standing. And the show will be there when you wake up. It always is. We have covered the major structures and frameworks that explain Springfield. But the show has been running for 36 seasons, and within that archive there are dozens of smaller mysteries and theories that deserve attention on their own terms. Here are 30 more, arranged not by importance but by the order in which they tend to surface when you start paying close attention. Theory 1. The Shelbyville split and what it reveals about Springfield's origin. Shelbyville is Springfield's neighboring town, its historical rival, the place that exists in perpetual competitive tension with the town we spend most of our time in. The rivalry is treated as ancient and essentially irrational. The towns compete furiously over things that don't matter, united by a shared hatred that has outlasted any memory of its origin. But the show has given us an origin story. Springfield and Shelbyville were founded by the same man, Jebediah Springfield, who had a companion named Shelbyville Manhattan. The two founders disagreed about one thing so fundamental that it split their community in half. Jebediah believed a man should not be able to marry his cousin. Shelbyville Manhattan believed a man absolutely should be able to marry his cousin. The community divided along this single line of disagreement. Those who agreed with Jebediah stayed in Springfield. Those who wanted to marry their cousins followed Manhattan to what became Shelbyville. The rivalry that has defined both towns for generations traces back to a conflict about cousin marriage. What this tells you about Springfield's founding values and about the kind of idealism that built the town is unexpectedly revealing. Springfield was founded on a principle that sounds absurd, but actually represents a specific kind of moral seriousness. The town exists because its founder drew a line and said, "Some things are not acceptable here. Some behaviors are beneath us. We are building a community with standards, even if those standards seem arbitrary to outsiders." Over time, the town that was founded on moral seriousness became the town you see in the show, corrupted, contaminated, collectively amnesiac, run by a billionaire who treats the population as a resource. The founding idealism was real. The decay came later. And understanding that the decay was a process, not a permanent condition, makes the theory that Springfield could be otherwise, that the population could reclaim what was lost, feel less impossible. The founding myth matters. Shelbyville is the mirror that shows Springfield what it chose not to be. Every competition between the towns is a reminder of the original choice. Springfield chose the harder path. It just forgot, somewhere along the way, why that path was worth taking. Theory 2. The couch gag as oracle. Each episode of The Simpsons opens with the family racing to their couch in various different configurations and scenarios. The couch gag is one of the most elastic elements of the show's format. It can be 30 seconds, or it can be 3 minutes. It can be realistic or completely surreal, It can be funny or genuinely beautiful or disturbing or some combination of all three. Fan communities have spent considerable energy analyzing whether specific couch gags foreshadow the events of their episodes or predict future storylines. The evidence for deliberate foreshadowing is inconsistent. Some couch gags do seem to echo themes that appear in their respective episodes, but the relationship is never so specific that it demands a prophetic reading rather than a thematic one. What is more interesting is the function the couch gag serves in the show's structure. It is the moment before the story begins. It is the ritual that every episode performs before it becomes itself. The family, scattered and running from different directions, converges on the couch. Sometimes they make it. Sometimes something goes wrong. Sometimes the couch is gone, or transformed, or occupied by something else. But the attempt is always made. The convergence is always the goal. The couch is home. The couch gag is the show performing the act of returning home every episode before the story starts. It is the moment of reunion before the chaos of the episode separates the family again. And in that reading, the couch gag is not a joke or a creative exercise. It is the show's thesis statement, repeated every week. The family will converge. The family will find each other. Whatever happens in the episode, the couch is where it begins and where it ends. The coma theory gives the couch gag additional weight. In the dream, Homer always finds his way back to the couch. Always. Every episode ends with the world returned to normal, the family intact, the couch occupied. The couch gag shows you the beginning of the return. Every episode is a loop from couch to chaos and back to couch. Because Homer's dreaming mind will not let the story end anywhere other than home. Theory 3. Sideshow Bob's recurring failure as a structural necessity. Sideshow Bob Bart's recurring nemesis, the cultured, Shakespeare-quoting, size 15-shoed former crusty sidekick turned convicted criminal, has attempted to kill Bart Simpson on multiple occasions across multiple episodes spanning decades. He has never succeeded. He has come closer in some episodes than in others, and the escalation of his plans has been sometimes praised and sometimes criticized, but the outcome is always the same. Bart survives. Bob goes back to prison or exile or wherever the show decides to put him until the next time his character is needed. The theory that has developed around this pattern is not that Bob is incompetent, his plans are often elaborate and, in some cases, quite good, but that the show is using Bob's repeated failures to make a specific point about the relationship between intelligence and outcome in Springfield. Bob is the most intelligent character on the show who is not also powerful. He is brilliantly educated, genuinely cultured, capable of complex planning and sophisticated execution. He is, in terms of raw cognitive capacity, significantly ahead of most of the people he operates against in Springfield. And he fails, every time, because he is operating in a world where intelligence without institutional support is insufficient. Burns wins not because he is more intelligent than Bob. Burns wins because he has the plant, the money, the political relationships, the infrastructure. Bob's plans, however sophisticated, run up against the random luck of Homer, or the unexpected capability of Bart, or the institutional power of the police force that Burns has corrupted, but that can still be directed against a man who lacks the resources to neutralize it. Bob is what intelligence looks like without power in Springfield. He is the cautionary tale that the show presents alongside the cautionary tale of Lisa, both of them brilliant, both of them operating in an environment that cannot accommodate their capabilities, both of them failing not because they are wrong, but because the structures they are trying to navigate were not built for people like them. Bob's redemption arc, when the show attempts it, is always temporary and always complicated, because there is no clean path from where Bob is intelligent, convicted, determined, repeatedly failed, to anywhere that Springfield's structures would support. The system doesn't accommodate Bob. The system is built for Homer. Bob's tragedy is knowing this and being unable to accept it. Theory 4. The Simpson gene and what it means for future generations. Multiple episodes across the show's history have established the concept of the Simpson gene, a hereditary trait that affects members of the Simpson family specifically and manifests as a particular form of stupidity, laziness, or both. The gene is used in some episodes to explain Homer's cognitive limitations. It is referenced as a family characteristic with deep historical roots. Abe Simpson is not exactly a model of intellectual acuity, and the Simpsons depicted in historical flashbacks tend to share certain behavioral characteristics with their modern descendants. The Simpson gene theory, extended, raises interesting questions about Maggie. If the gene suppresses cognitive function in male Simpsons, Homer, Bart, and Abe all display versions of it but appears not to suppress it in female Simpsons, does Maggie represent what the Simpson genetic line produces when the gene does not engage? Is she the example of what the Simpson family would be without the cognitive suppression? Lisa is also female, and Lisa is the family's most obviously brilliant member. The pattern holds. Female Simpsons are more cognitively capable than male ones. The Simpson gene, whatever it is, appears to operate differently across biological sex lines. This raises a possibility that the show has never explored directly. If Bart's son were to have children, and if those children included daughters, those daughters might inherit the Simpson family's cognitive capacity without the Simpson gene's suppression. They would be extraordinarily intelligent, in the way that Lisa and Maggie are extraordinarily intelligent, descended from the same family but without the specific cognitive suppression that runs through the male line. The Simpson family tree, through its female branches, might be producing something extraordinary in every generation. The show focuses on Homer because Homer is funny. But the hereditary story the Simpson gene theory implies is one where the women of the family carry capabilities that the men cannot access. Theory 5. Krusty the Clown as Homer's mirror. Krusty Krasofsky, the cynical, gambling-addicted, health-plagued host of Springfield's children's entertainment empire, is one of the show's most complex recurring characters. His relationship with his faith, his estrangement from his father, his genuine ambivalence about the nature of his fame, and his complicated relationship with Bart make him one of the few characters in Springfield who displays something close to genuine psychological depth. The theory that has developed around Krusty is that he functions as a mirror for Homer. They share surprising physical similarities. There is an early episode where Bart mistakes Homer for Krusty without his makeup. They share certain broad personality characteristics. Both are emotionally immature, both are self-destructive in similar ways. Both have complicated relationships with father figures. Both genuinely love children in ways they are unable to properly express. Both are men who became their occupational selves at the cost of being able to develop any other self. The difference is class and celebrity. Krusty's self-destructive tendencies operate at the scale of someone with significant resources and significant public attention. Homer's operate at the scale of someone with no resources and no public attention. The same underlying person, or the same underlying type, produces very different lives depending on which context they inhabit. If Krusty is what Homer would be with money and fame, and Homer is what Krusty would be without either, the show is suggesting something about how context shapes the expression of character while leaving the underlying character essentially unchanged. Homer and Krusty are not identical, but they are made of recognizably similar material, assembled by similar forces, and expressing themselves in ways that rhyme. Theory 6. Ralph Wiggum as Springfield's true innocent. Ralph Wiggum, Chief Wiggum's son, Lisa's occasional classmate, the source of some of the show's most beloved non-sequitur humor, is usually read as a comedically stupid child whose bizarre statements are the joke. His utterances are delivered with complete sincerity into contexts where they are wildly inappropriate, and the comedy comes from the mismatch. But a significant portion of Ralph's apparently nonsensical statements, when examined carefully, describe things that are genuinely happening in Springfield. He talks about grass fires and strange animals and things in the walls, with a casualness that reads as childish confusion, but that, within the show's contaminated world, may be accurate description. Ralph, if read as a genuine innocent rather than a comedically stupid child, is a character who reports his direct sensory experience of Springfield without the filters that other characters apply. He sees things and says what he sees. What he sees is frequently alarming. But because Ralph is Ralph, because his delivery and his context code him as unreliable, the alarming things he describes are absorbed as jokes. Ralph may be Springfield's only truly honest narrator, not because he is wise or perceptive, but because he lacks the cognitive filters that allow other Springfield residents to not notice the things they are not supposed to notice. He sees the strange things. He says what he sees. The town laughs and moves on. And the strange things Ralph sees are still there, unreported and unaddressed, because the reporter was Ralph. Theory 7. The Flanders children and what they inherited. Rod and Todd Flanders, Ned's sons, Bart's neighbors, the most devoutly religious children in Springfield, are among the most under-examined characters in the show's universe. They are treated primarily as foils for Bart, their sheltered religiosity contrasting with Bart's aggressive secularism. They are also, notably, the children of a man who lost his wife to Homer Simpson's selfishness and who has responded to that loss with sustained forgiveness. The theory about Rod and Todd is concerned with what they will become. The show has occasionally flashed forward to depict future versions of Springfield, but the Flanders boys' futures have never been clearly articulated in any of these glimpses. What does it mean to grow up as the children of Ned Flanders? What are they inheriting? They are inheriting Ned's conditioned niceness, but they are second-generation recipients of that conditioning. Ned's conditioning was applied to him through behavioral therapy. Rod and Todd's conditioning is being applied through parenting, through the environment Ned has created for them, through the culture of the Flanders household, which is the most deliberately constructed environment in Springfield. The conditioning is likely to be less stable in them than in Ned, because Ned's conditioning was deliberately designed to suppress a specific identified personality trait. The Flanders boys' conditioning is ambient, parenting-based, and not targeted at a specific problem. It is less precise. It is more likely to develop in unpredictable directions as they encounter the world outside the Flanders household. What the theory suggests is that Rod and Todd, as adults, will be something their father is not, something that their upbringing could not fully contain. The question is whether what emerges will be better or worse than Ned more authentically themselves, but without the safety net of the conditioning that has kept Ned's darker impulses managed. Theory 8. Patty and Selma as cautionary futures. Marge's sisters, Patty and Selma Bouvier, are, within the show's universe, the version of Marge's life that Marge chose not to inhabit. They are the path not taken. The sisters who did not leave Springfield, did not marry, did not build a family. They are civil servants living together in an apartment, sustained by cigarettes and a devoted fandom for MacGyver. The theory reads Patty and Selma not as simple comedic supporting characters, but as what Marge's life looks like when you remove Homer. Not better, not worse, but different, and the specific nature of the difference is what the theory examines. Patty and Selma are not unhappy in any way that Marge's family-oriented life has prevented. They are unhappy in the specific ways that their life choices and the contaminated environment and the passing of time without particular growth have produced. Marge, with Homer and the children and the house on Evergreen Terrace, has something to hold together, something to maintain and nurture. Her patience and her capability have an object. Patty and Selma's equivalent qualities have nowhere to go except inward and into the occasional sharp remark and the steady comfort of the television and the cigarettes. They are not a warning. The show is careful not to present them as a warning. Their happiness is genuine, their friendship with each other is real, their devotion to each other is among the most stable relationships in Springfield. But they are a comparison point, a way of seeing what Marge is choosing every day by choosing the version of her life she has. Theory 9. The truth about Jebediah Springfield. The show's founding mythology includes an episode that is one of its most celebrated examinations of historical revisionism. Lisa discovers that Jebediah Springfield, the town's revered founder and the subject of an annual celebration, was in fact a murderous pirate, a complete fraud whose heroic story was fabricated by early settlers, who needed a founding myth more than they needed historical accuracy. Lisa, being Lisa, researches. She discovers the truth. She prepares to reveal it at the annual celebration. And then she stops. She delivers the false heroic version instead. She protects the lie. The explanation Lisa gives for this decision is that the myth serves the people who believe in it, that the false Jebediah Springfield has done real good in the world by providing a coherent set of values and a point of civic pride around which the community can organize, that the truth would destroy something valuable without replacing it with anything equally useful. This is the show's most explicit statement on the tension between truth and community. Lisa, the character most committed to truth, chooses community over truth when pushed to decide. She becomes in that moment like Springfield. She votes to maintain the comfortable lie. She joins the consensus. The implication is not that Lisa was wrong. The implication is that the choice between truth and community is genuinely hard, and that even the most committed truth-teller can find themselves on the other side of it when the stakes are high enough and the community is vulnerable enough. Springfield is built on a lie. Its founding myth is fabricated. And the town knows this, Lisa found out, which means the information is available to anyone who looks. But the town chose not to look, and when someone looked and found the truth, The someone put the truth away and told the story everyone needed to hear. Theory 10. Otto and Springfield's Lost Generation. Otto Man, the bus driver, the metalhead, the perpetually stoned adult child who has never made peace with the conventional demands of adult life, represents a specific kind of Springfield resident that the show has never quite acknowledged as a category. The person who was lost by the system early and has been drifting since. Otto is not stupid. He has demonstrated specific technical competences, genuine creativity, and in occasional episodes a warmth and emotional intelligence that the show usually reserves for characters who are more clearly sympathetic. He is not without skills or capabilities. He is without the context in which those skills and capabilities could be developed into anything that the world is willing to value. The theory about Otto is that he represents the generation of Springfield residents who fell through whatever cracks existed in the town's social and economic structure before the contamination had done its full work on the population. He is old enough to have developed outside the worst of the radiation era's cognitive effects, but too old to have been caught by whatever educational or social systems might have redirected him. He landed in the gap. He drives the bus, he plays guitar. He lives in a bus for a period when he cannot afford rent. He does not age in any meaningful way, not because of radiation or coma dreams, but because his life has no forward momentum that would produce visible aging. He is suspended in a permanent present of his own making, different from Springfield's fluorescent suspension, but just as stuck. Otto is the cost of a town that doesn't invest in its most vulnerable people. He is what falls out when the system doesn't catch you. He is funny, within the show's context, because the show needs him to be funny. But the reality he represents is a specific and recognizable kind of human waste, not of intelligence or character, but of potential that never had the conditions it needed to become anything. Theory 11. Springfield's one honest business. Among Springfield's roster of commercial establishments, the Quick E-Mart, Moe's Tavern, the various shops and restaurants that serve as locations for episodes, there is one that stands out for its implausibility. The Android's Dungeon, the comic book store operated by the comic book guy. The comic book store is Springfield's one genuinely specialist retail establishment. It caters to a specific, narrow market. It operates out of what appears to be a small storefront, and yet it has been open continuously for the entire run of the show, apparently profitable enough to sustain its proprietor's comfortable if hermetic lifestyle. The theory about the Android's Dungeon is that it represents the one commercial space in Springfield that operates outside Burns's economic orbit. The plant provides power. Moe's Tavern serves plant workers and their neighbors. The Quickie Mart serves the broader consumer population. But comic books have no relationship with the nuclear industry. The Android's Dungeon's supply chain runs through publishers and distributors that exist entirely outside Springfield's economic ecosystem. It is the one place in Springfield where you can make a transaction that does not, in some traceable way, benefit Charles Montgomery Burns. And perhaps that is why it exists in the margins, small, niche, not threatening to anything that Burns controls, too insignificant to acquire, too weird to use. The Android's Dungeon is Springfield's accidental exemption from Burns's total economic control. And its proprietor, for all his insufferability, is one of the few Springfield residents whose livelihood does not trace back to the plant. He is, in the most literal economic sense, an independent. The most unlikely free agent in the most controlled town in America. Theory 12. Maggie and the second word. Maggie's first word was daddy. Elizabeth Taylor voiced it. It happened once and was never repeated. The moment was treated within the show as a significant event, a milestone, a surprise, a gift, and then the episode ended, and the milestone was abandoned, and Maggie returned to her silence. The theory about Maggie's second word, the word she has not yet said, the word she has been preparing for 36 years, is that it will not be a simple expression of need or recognition. It will be a statement. Something that identifies and names something. Something that cannot be unsaid. Various fan communities have theorized about what the word might be. Some suggest it will be Burns's name. Some suggest it will be something that explicitly names the contamination or the conspiracy. Some suggest it will be something that, on its surface, sounds simple, but that within the context of everything Maggie knows and has observed, will carry devastating implications. The most interesting version of this theory is not about the specific word, but about the circumstances. Maggie has maintained her silence through 36 years of careful strategic reasoning. She has not broken it for anything that has happened so far. Everything that has happened in Springfield, the Burns shooting, the dome, the Tamzarian revelation, Burns's long rule, Homer's endless suffering at the plant, Lisa's unrewarded brilliance, none of it has been sufficient to break Maggie's strategic silence. Which means whatever does break it will be extraordinary. Whatever Maggie says, when she finally speaks in any sustained way, will be spoken at the moment she judges to be the right one. And that judgment has been calibrated by 36 years of watching Springfield from the position of someone everyone underestimates. When Maggie speaks, Springfield will change. Not because of what she says, because of who will be listening and what they will do with what they hear. Theory 13. Why Homer always comes home. Every episode of The Simpsons, regardless of how far Homer has gone or how dramatically things have spiraled, ends with Homer in some version of his domestic situation. He may be on the couch, he may be in the kitchen, he may be in bed, but he is home. He is with his family. The episode closes on some version of domestic equilibrium restored. This pattern is so consistent that it functions as a law of the show's universe. Homer is pulled toward home the way a planet is pulled toward its star by something fundamental, something below the level of choice, something that operates regardless of what has happened during the episode. The theory is that this is not a narrative convention but a characterological truth. Homer's attachment to his family is the single most powerful force in his life. It exceeds his hunger, his desire for beer, his attraction to novelty, his self-interest in any specific situation. When everything else is stripped away, the job, the money, the social standing, the family is always what remains. Within the coma reading, this law has a specific and heartbreaking logic. Homer's dreaming mind returns him to his family at the end of every episode because the family is the reason the dream exists. The dream is not a simulation of Homer's life. It is a simulation of the thing Homer loves most. Every episode that takes him away from his family is an episode where the dream is exploring the range of what Homer's world contains. And every episode that brings him back is the dream remembering what it is for. The couch, the family, the end of the episode. That sequence is not the show's habit. It is Homer's deepest wish, repeated over and over and over, in the only form it can take when the wisher cannot wake up. He comes home because he cannot stop coming home. Because the home is why the dream runs at all. Theory 14 through 30. A final cluster of mysteries. Theory 14. Marge's voice, the distinctive low, gravelly contralto that is one of the show's most recognizable sonic signatures, has been theorized to be the result of structural changes to her vocal cords from decades of exposure to Springfield's environmental contaminants. Real-world research has documented correlations between certain environmental pollutants and changes in vocal cord elasticity and function. Marge's voice, within the radiation theory, is another biological marker of long-term contamination exposure. Theory 15. The recurring appearance of a specific background character, the man with the glasses, who appears in the crowd in dozens of episodes across the show's entire run. Always in the background, never identified, never given a name or a line, has been theorized to be a monitoring agent. Someone watching Springfield. Someone placed there by an external institution, possibly the EPA, possibly a federal investigative body, tracking the situation without intervening. He is always present when something significant happens. He is never in a position to be questioned. Theory 16. Springfield's incredibly high rate of mob formation. The show depicts the town forming violent mobs with extraordinary speed, and for extraordinarily thin reasons, has been theorized as a behavioral consequence of chronic radiation exposure. The cognitive impairment that makes individual Springfielders easy to manipulate also makes collective outrage easier to trigger and harder to direct rationally. Mob behavior in real populations has been linked to factors that include anxiety, cognitive overload, and loss of complex reasoning capacity, all conditions consistent with chronic, low-level radiation exposure. Theory 17. The Flanders household, positioned directly next to the Simpson household, experiences significantly fewer catastrophes than the house next door, despite sharing the same street, the same environmental exposure, and the same proximity to the nuclear plant. The difference may be structural rather than supernatural. Ned is meticulous about maintenance in a way that Homer is not. The Flanders house may simply be better sealed, better maintained, better protected against the ambient contamination effects that periodically manifest dramatically in the Simpson household. Theory 18. Professor Frank Springfield's resident scientific genius, the brilliant but socially challenged inventor who appears in dozens of episodes, has never been depicted as attempting to address Springfield's environmental contamination, despite having the technical knowledge to understand its scope and effects. The theory here is that Frank knows. He has the education, he has the equipment, he can run the tests, he has the cognitive capacity to assemble the evidence and understand its implications, and he has chosen not to act on that knowledge. Whether this is because of Burns's influence, or fear, or the specific kind of moral cowardice that sometimes afflicts people who are very good at thinking and very bad at acting, Frank's silence on Springfield's most fundamental problem is itself a clue about how pervasive Burns's influence over the town's institutions actually is. Theory 19. The way time passes between episodes, but within episodes, raises a specific puzzle that the floating timeline does not fully address. Characters within episodes remember the events of those episodes clearly. They respond to things that happened an hour ago with appropriate continuity, but they do not remember the events of previous episodes. The amnesia is not continuous within a single episode. It resets between episodes. This suggests that whatever mechanism is producing the memory suppression operates at a specific temporal scale. It doesn't suppress moment-to-moment memory. It suppresses longer-term episodic memory. This is consistent with certain real-world radiation-induced cognitive effects, which tend to affect consolidation of long-term memories, rather than the immediate working memory that allows people to function within a continuous experience. Theory 20. The school psychiatrist who treated Ned Flanders as a child, the doctor who spent years conditioning the aggression out of young Ned, has never been identified. The treatment occurred in Springfield. This means there is a medical professional in Springfield's history who developed and administered a behavioral modification protocol severe enough to produce the Ned we see in the show. That professional may still be practicing. Their methods may have been applied to other patients whose behavioral profiles seemed challenging to their parents or community. Theory 21. The recurring Shelbyville rivalry conceals a deeper possibility. If the two towns were founded simultaneously from the same settler group, they would share the same geological situation, the same water table, the same basic environmental starting conditions. If Springfield's nuclear plant has contaminated its water table over decades, and if the two towns' water tables connect at any point, Shelbyville may be experiencing a slower, less dramatic version of the same contamination. The Shelbyville residents might be slightly more cognitively capable than Springfield residents, hence their ability to consistently one-up Springfield in certain respects while still being affected by the contamination, in ways that do not yet produce Springfield's most dramatic symptoms. Theory 22. The school bus that Otto drives is, by any objective assessment, deeply unsafe. The vehicle has been involved in accidents, has broken down in dangerous situations, and has been operated by a driver whose sobriety is not reliably consistent. The children of Springfield have been riding this bus to school for 36 years. The fact that no catastrophic child fatality has resulted from the bus's operation is either a testament to extraordinary luck, the protective effects of the same radiation-induced resilience that allows Homer to survive impossible situations, or something darker, the possibility that the bus's dangers have been obscured or that incidents have occurred and been absorbed into Springfield's collective amnesia. Theory 23. Dr. Nick Riviera, Springfield's dubious medical practitioner, the doctor who operates on the margins of professional standards and whose exclamation of "Hi everybody" has become one of the show's most quoted lines, is the primary healthcare provider for the portion of Springfield's population that cannot afford or access mainstream medicine. His willingness to perform any procedure without apparent regard for established protocols makes him both a comic figure and a genuinely concerning presence. The question the theory raises is, what happens to the patients who seek care from Dr. Nick? That should have revealed evidence of radiation exposure? Medical professionals are mandated reporters in certain contexts. If Dr. Nick is treating patients with anomalous conditions that suggest environmental contamination, and those conditions are not being reported, either Dr. Nick is choosing not to report them or he lacks the diagnostic sophistication to recognize them. Either possibility has significant implications for Springfield's public health infrastructure. Theory 24. The recurring appearance of the number 23 in various contexts throughout the show has been cataloged by dedicated fans who have documented its presence in episode numbers, plot details, addresses, and background visual elements. The showrunners have acknowledged awareness of this recurring number without providing a definitive explanation for its prevalence. It may be a production in-joke, it may be coincidence aggregated by confirmation bias, but the frequency with which it appears specifically in contexts involving significant or dramatic events has made it one of the show's most persistent numerical mysteries. Theory 25. Santa's Little Helper, the Simpson family greyhound, acquired at the beginning of the show's run, has been with the family long enough that his age should be a problem. Real greyhounds have a lifespan of 10 to 14 years. Santa's Little Helper has been the family dog for 36 years. The radiation theory handles this in the same way it handles every other biological impossibility in Springfield. The contamination has altered the dog's biology in ways that extend his lifespan beyond the normal range for his species. Santa's Little Helper is not aging because no one in Springfield is aging, and the biological mechanism that produces this effect in humans produces it in the animals who share their environment. Theory 26. The mystery of why Springfield's medical establishment has never formally documented or published findings about the population's unusual physical characteristics, the yellow skin, the four-fingered hands, the anomalous survival rates has a pragmatic answer that connects to Burns's institutional influence. Medical research requires funding. Funding in Springfield would have to come from Burns or from institutions influenced by Burns. Research that documented the effects of the plant's contamination on the population would be research that Burns could not permit to be funded. Springfield's doctors practice in an environment where the most significant public health finding they could make the systematic contamination of their patient population is also the finding that their primary economic patron would not allow them to publicize. Theory 27. The show's periodic flirtation with the supernatural, the Treehouse of Horror episodes, the various hauntings and curses and magical events that appear in the non-Halloween episodes as well, has led some fans to theorize that Springfield's reality is more permeable to supernatural phenomena than other places, precisely because of its contaminated state. The radiation theory's most speculative extension suggests that environments saturated with nuclear contamination might, in ways not understood by conventional physics, become locations where the boundaries between normal reality and other states of reality become less stable. Springfield's ghost sightings, its cursed objects, its recurring encounters with the inexplicable, may be symptoms of the same contamination that produced the yellow skin and the three-eyed fish. Theory 28. The question of what Bart Simpson becomes as an adult has been explored in several flash-forward episodes, with varying and not entirely consistent results. The most consistent thread across these glimpses is that Bart, as an adult, remains somewhat aimless and somewhat endearing and significantly underachieving relative to his sister. The radiation theory predicts this outcome. Bart, as a male Simpson living his entire developmental life in Springfield's contaminated environment, would be subject to the same cognitive suppression effects as Homer. His brilliance in Bart is not stupid, his pranks require genuine intelligence, his social intuition is formidable, would be progressively affected by the same environmental factors that diminished his father. Theory 29. Apu Nahasapi Mapatilan's experience as a Springfield resident from outside the community's founding population offers an interesting data point for the radiation theory. Apu moved to Springfield as an adult, after his formative development occurred in a different country with a different environmental profile. This means he received the Springfield contamination at a later developmental stage than lifetime residents like Homer. His cognitive function, while not immune to Springfield's ambient conditions, may have been affected differently than those whose entire neurological development occurred within the contamination zone. Apu's abilities: he holds a doctorate, he runs a successful business, he has demonstrated sophisticated reasoning in multiple episodes may reflect this developmental difference. The contamination may have less effect on cognitive function that was established before exposure began than on cognitive function that was developing during exposure. Theory 30. The final theory. The one that encompasses all the others. Springfield is the show that America needed, not wanted needed. Needed because the forces it depicted, the industrial negligence and the concentrated wealth and the cognitive impairment and the collective denial and the yellow skin and the cracked cooling towers and the billionaire who cannot remember the worker's name, those Forces were real. They were real in 1989, and they are real now, and they were real in every year between. The show made them legible. The show made them funny. The show made it possible to look at them without flinching completely, because the yellow skin softened the blow, and the Homer yell diffused the horror, and the couch gag reminded you that somewhere at the center of all this, there was a family that loved each other. That is what The Simpsons did for 36 years. It made the unbearable bearable by making it funny. It made the invisible visible by making it yellow. It made the cycle of catastrophe and forgetting feel less like a conspiracy and more like the show's format. But the cycle is still running. The cooling towers are still cracked. The fish still have 3 eyes. And Homer is still in Sector 7G. Or he's still in his hospital bed. Still dreaming. Still holding on to the house and the family and the beer at the end of the day with everything his damaged brain has left. Either way, the show is still on. And we are still watching. Good night.